didn't unmute mic. Whoopsies. Hello. We got new model. We got new pixel model that I want to try out with Warframe. Well, just in general, because it seems like it's not too bad. The frown. So I think I don't have lights on hard enough. Hang on, let me change my lights real quick. There we go. Actually I'm gonna turn on the light a little bit more. Oops, not off. There we go. So, today we're gonna do some co-working, and then we're gonna go into Warframe. Shenanigans. I need to work on, actual work. Hi Jar15, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. You're still stuck on the rail mission? Which part of it? Are you stuck on? The third area. I'm trying to remember where that is. Hi, Dream Tripper. Oh, Warframe. I am a Warframe streamer. But Jeek has gotten into Warframe recently and is on the Rel mission. Chains of Harrow. Now FF14. How are you liking FF14? I will say you are getting through the Great Filter, so ARR's a little rough. Yeah, no, the story gets a lot better. It is boring at first. Let me see here. What was it for next week? I forgot to pin it. Let me check in here. Ah, there we go. So 10 o'clock. Got it. Where's my thing? There it is. Oh, hey, Baron! I'm doing pretty good. Welcome, hun. Yeah, no, I am locked in. I'm doing, scheduling. Let's see here. I need to go to... I'm just gonna go to docs and then go from there. Just kind of killing everything. So at the top left-hand corner, you have in FF14 your MSQ. And you go to there. You can click it and start the next mission sometimes. I know the quests. I just mean story-wise. Yeah, no, it's pretty much... Yeah, no, so the start of ARR is boring as heck. It doesn't start picking up until a little bit later. Because right now it's just kind of... you're an adventurer. You are literally just the start of the hero's journey. I know I'm special. Yes, yeah, no, you are a certain somebody specialist boy. It's great. What that mean? Oh, so you're pretty much chosen by someone. I'm not going to uh spoil that bit. But you are someone's specialist boy, as in you're blessed by somebody. No! No! That's just the joke. The crystal. Okay, so Final Fantasy in general has a crystal theme. Yeah, new custom model! I already have my cat and Banui toggles for it made. I can go off of cat mode. So we got baseline. This is as close as I can get to normal Momo with this. So we got base, cat, and then Banui. It's cute. I like it. Unmagic's your magical girl. No! Well, to be fair, I don't have magic. All the magic comes from my mascot, which I need to eventually get. I need to make like a little, like, I need to make my base model on IRIAM and have Riss made up for it. Oh right, I was gonna go to forms. I'm over here trying to do this and keep getting sidetracked. Where's Sheets? There it is. Steel's mascot. No! No stealing the mascot! Alrighty, so tonight... Actually, I need to go to the other one, not next week. This upcoming week. This one. So tonight is the 19th. 10 p.m. We're just gonna do that underneath. But yeah, no, I need to make a proper PNG model for 2.0 also. That's not going to be until later. Management. Meeting. There we go. We're going to make that red. There we go. I need to make a proper icon for myself. Yeah, no, I like to keep track of all of my stuff. So I have like a folder of all of my PNG tuber models that I use. Twitch End, I just have it all loaded into VTube Mini, but IRIAM End, we only have 2 slots that we can use for models. I do hope eventually we get it to where we can swap the model during stream. I would love that. Oh, that would be kind of cute. I need to make an FF14 version. That's kind of what the Banui is supposed to be, but I play Aura. So whenever the model artist makes horns for this model, I'll probably toss it on. Also, hi Trickster! Hello! My character doesn't track in other styles. Oof. Yeah, so you can put on any kind of outfits. Like once you have glamour open properly, um you'll have a bunch of different stuff. Oh, let me check my VGen. I need drip. You'll eventually get it. You can't access the market cuz you're in free mode. I wonder if people can people trade if they're in the tutorial, or is that locked too? Or is it a situation of you have to um the person that is in the paid? Femelzen. Heck yeah. The Elzen are really nice looking. I was tempted by them when I first started playing. Ooh. Well, I can probably get you some drip. Yeah, free is very limited. Which isn't a problem, it's just sometimes a little quirky. Like, I have to drag you into duty. Someone that is not free has to drag you into Duty Finder. Which I feel like Duty Finder, in my personal opinion, should be free. But that's just me, I think. I don't know, that feels like something that should be open to anybody. Yeah, no. With people helping you, that shouldn't be too bad. Like, you got my sword and shield. AR is not too bad. And trust me, the towards the end of ARR, things start hardcore picking up. I'm not gonna go into spoilers because oh my gosh. It's crazy. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Yelling. God, I can't wait to get out of here. But yeah, hi Night Wolf, hi my guardian wolf. How are you today, hun? Yeah, no, it was just yelling. I had myself muted. I was watching y'all. Because no one in this house knows how to communicate outside of screaming. It's awful. I hate it here. But We'll be leaving soon, hopefully. I'm gonna check. Oh right, I was gonna check my VGen. Froggy, frog. Don't burn it down. 9. Hmm. No. What is what is y'all's obsession with burning my chat down? Oh. Well, there we go. We got frozen for a second. I'm gonna actually move this. This is gonna go up into like VTuber branding. Yeah, that'll work. Let me fix my scope that. Okay. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Aurora. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Reset with fire. I mean, it depends. Yes, I have. Ah. Thank you, Rosie. I see, I see. Bonk. There we go. Hello, Yuka, Okastu. Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming every day here on IRIAM. Not every day over here on IRIAM, sorry. Over here on IRIAM. And a few days a week over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Also, hi, Shoti. Hello, friend Shoti. How are you, gorgeous? Oh, that's amazing. 3 hours. That sounds like a normal. We are so close to getting verified on here. Hello, Deku the Infiltrator. Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on Twitch, and also over on IRIAM. Deku the Infiltrator. They're over on Twitch end. Hi, Clever Bee. Welcome, welcome, hun. Oh, heck yeah. I mean, Deku is a name. Hello, exotic sheep. Welcome, welcome, hun. Oh! Inflator. Interesting. They're named Deku the Inflator. Please, G, calm down, brother. Do not spam all caps in the chat. One second. Bump. Hi, hum. Welcome, hun. We're just vibing for now. I think I'm gonna pop over into Warframe. So we're gonna get that started up. Sure. I'm always down for a laugh. I may have gotten in over my head. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Shoti? There we go. And then we're going to pop open. Oh, thank you for the follow, Deku! No idea how loud this is gonna be. I am sorry for everyone's ears. Okay, it's not too bad. Gaming stream. Go here. Not Monster Hunter Wilds. We're gonna wait until it actually pops up. Oh yeah, no, I definitely suggest having an AoE frame for if you're wanting to do 3 at a time. Alright. I'm gonna pop over here. And then where is Warframe?
To fight all these different countries just to wait around in hotels.
There it goes. Alrighty. And then we are going to transition over. There we are. Yeah, you can normally manage 2. Oh wait, you play Mag, so it shouldn't be too bad. Her pull ability is probably pretty good. Yeah, Mag is pretty good. She is a goated frame, for sure. Honestly, the starter trio is really good. I know that Volt surprisingly does really well. Oh, right, hang on, let me swap over thingies. Hang on. Edit. Let's change our category real quick. There we go. You won't get the really good stuff. The mods that you're probably gonna want until later for her, but it is pretty good. Let me see here. For now, I think I'm gonna keep it on Dante. Oh, nice. I don't even remember. What is my mag build? Hang on. I'm curious. I do not remember. I have my mag in here. I haven't played her in a hot minute. You can tell. Um, yeah, no, I don't have much going on for her. I need to, like, refit her with some mods now that I've grown a bit, but I'm not doing that right now. Yeah, I play a lot of Warframe. I've played for about 4 years. Also, Twitch end, you guys have a ad in about 3.5 minutes. I will see you guys soon out of the void. So I need to work on getting... Is it Blind Rage? Yeah, Blind Rage I want to level up fully. And possibly Primed Flow. Ooh, heck yeah. Yeah, so, a really fun thing with, Warframe. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but depending on what things you put into, your weapons, it'll actually make a new type. So, let me go to Bibonico. I think I have something on it. I opened up my Bibonico and I'm like, what the heck? What is this? Past me, why? Hang on, let me toss on something. I kinda want Hell's Chamber. Eventually. But, so, like, that's actually not a good one. Does Harmony have anything on it? No, it just has Fever Strike. Am I literally using everything that doesn't use any kind of... hang on. Nataruk. Surely. Oh, no! Nataruk uses... Okay, that's good. So, I use Stormbringer and Cryo rounds on Nataruk. Unironically, Nataruk is a later weapon that you get for free that I've used for a while. But I use Nataruk for Stormbringer and Cryo rounds, and it gives you Magnetic. If you mix those two. I don't think they proc individually. I could be wrong. Ooh, I need to upgrade Galvanized Chamber. So... They don't explain too well. They give you, like, the basis of what mods do. I think that should be a little bit more in detail, but that's just me. That's just me in Warframe. But, Nataruk is an exploding bow. You'll probably end up liking it. It is loud, though, so... you have to deal with that. You would probably have to put a Hush mod if you want to use it as a stealth weapon. But it's really good for AoE takeouts. So it does I have Galvanized Chamber, Vital Sense, Cryo Round, Stormbringer, Piercing Hit, Rifle Aptitude, Point Strike, and Duration. Along with Twitch as the Exilis mod. There we go. I get speech. It's pretty good. I like it. I'm actually gonna put them on. 'Cause I don't feel like leveling up stuff today. Toss on the Velox. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Oh, no, I don't want to buy that yet. Actually... Let's just make it a speed demon. Oh, I don't have enough endo. Oh no. Oh, the taxon? Yeah, a lot of people like the robots. You can get puppers and cats. I like to use my Kurobo for when I'm doing stealth missions, which actually I need to check something. What is the Archon hunt for this week? I never did it last week, so I'm hoping it's not too bad. Oh, it's just Boreal. Oh, no spy missions? Ho ho ho. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Let me go get Noko. Actually, yeah, no, so the that's the only thing that's like pay for Warframe. I will be in just a second, Spark. The only thing that's oop, I did not mean to get out of the thing. I am so sorry. I'm actually trying to do some stuff for weeklies before we do community night. Yeah, I'm gonna put on. I am in not sure which side I want to do. I need weeklies too. Um so I normally do them by myself just cuz it's a little bit quicker. Only that I need to check through everything. By the blade. Void. That's not too bad. Exilis and Techrock melee. Okay. It's mostly because I need to check through everything too, because I haven't played this week. Not yet, anyways. But yeah, no, so, Warframe does do, drops of stuff, so, like, I don't know if you have Twitch open or not. Nightwave normally gives you free stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't have a line.
Like the Kavat skins. I'm very happy about the Kavat skin. It happened in another Nightwave, but you know. I really want the Regalia. I'm working towards 30. I just haven't played a whole lot lately. So I need to go to a dojo. I need to, oh god, Railjack. I need to do Railjack. Hopefully we do Railjacks for that. For, community night. Captured Solaris. 150 enemies with a secondary weapon. Oh god. Wait. Does... Well, yeah, everybody's gonna have the same weekly missions, in the Nightwave. I need so much endo. I need so much endo. I'm endo poor. Yeah, let me look at my treasures real quick. Oh, I don't even have this one installed? What the heck am I doing? Momo. Oh, I don't have cyan stars. I need cyan stars. Well, heck. Also, I would prefer you guys to... I have a rule for my community night to ask first, Spark. That's also another thing. I don't... Unless I'm, like, in call with you or you ask, Not just a I'm on, bring me in. Because I'm also doing things. And also talking. Um... Do I go ahead and bust out this duet just so I can be free of it for now? Oh, this is 1999 stuff. This is a, Codicite Lich. Yeah, no, grinding is pretty nice with the, like, endless missions are good for grinding out weapons. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go do this. I gotta kill a bunch of people with, melee anyways. I'm doing pretty good. How are you tonight, hard scooper? Scoper. There we go. The dyslexia is dyslexiaing. But yeah, no, so, this is just, 99 shenanigans. Hopefully we get my duet? Well, actually, no, I'm not hoping we get my duet, because that'll just make him mad. Limbo shenanigans? I'm not that good with Limbo. The fully mission isn't too bad if you have friends. Oof. This one guy is loading in roughly. Also, hello Isabella! Welcome, welcome, hun! I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Ugh. Why is it lagging? Let me out! I think brother has some rough stuff. Yeah, no, it's normal. I think it's this guy's internet. I'm in normal for now. I want to go through and do, Steel Path. I've just been doing normal.
This sector is home to a Scaldra high-security cache. If furlong charges will get you inside, and you've gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct.
I don't know how that's possible, because there is so many people in Warframe right now.
Look for furlong charges.
A lot of people try and get out for the first time, or people coming back to it after a couple years. No, Shoti over here in my IRIAM chat's been, she is a fresh 10-0. They be fresh 10-0. They started, like, the night before last. Let me up. Let me up. Do. What do you mean by that? I personally love the game. Oh! Oh, it's my codicites! There we go.
It's true what they say.
There we go.
Art imitates life.
Oh, do we have a Nyx? We don't have a Nyx, we have a Frost.
Was destroyed. It's okay. We'll make do.
Huh? Getting shoved into Operator. Are you doing, Angels of Zeramin? Because that's the only map I can think of that does that sometimes. And that's if you're going into the big bubble.
Yeah. We're feeling
It's
the
literally
vibe
one mission type. I wouldn't wanna stop the game just because of one mission type that you don't have to play all the time. If you don't wanna. That's just my personal opinion. Just because you can't be God in one mission. Oh! I don't mind the folly game mode. I think it has something, I have a personal, theory that it is something compared to, maybe like trauma? Yeah, no, I don't, see, like, the folly mission I think is more fun with friends than with strangers. No, we didn't get an antivirus mod. Sadness. I need to get antivirus mods to deal with this guy. They're all 25. Let me look at... I've never actually done a Coda like a site, or Coda site. So I'm going to actually look up real quick where you can get good antivirus. Antivirus mods, Warframe. But yeah, no, I don't mind it with friends. It was a lot more fun when me and a couple friends went in and did the Follies hunt than it was, and it was definitely better from the update. When they updated it, I liked it a lot more because it wasn't like pitch black everywhere. Bounty. Okay, so there's a bounty that you can run. Yeah, no, I love this game to bits. I have played it since before Deviri came out. So a couple years ago. I think about maybe... what? Three or 4 years? Maybe 4? Ish? Halvania. We're gonna go over to Halvania. So I think I'm gonna do that until, Lavii starts streaming, and then we can, pop into chat with her. And then we'll probably go on to, into, Twitch only mode. So we'll be leaving, IRIAM and when Lavii starts streaming. Oh, heck yeah! 2021! Hi, Sunko! Welcome, welcome, hun. We're just vibing, playing some Warframe. Yeah, we have gotten to the Warframe start of the part of the stream. Let me go over to the Garage Palm. Over here. Alright. Bounty board. Oh, okay, this is the one. Got it. Okay, let's toss on Noko real quick. Let's go back in here. Let me in. Let me in. Equipment, arsenal. Not Dante. Where's my boy? There he is. The boy! The Noko! My very brightly colored mushroom boy. We're going into the exterminate mission so we can grind antiviral mods. Favorite Warframe. It is a tie between Noko and Dante. They're my mains. Yes, I am biased. Lore-wise, I really like Dante. He's one of my favorites lore-wise. But I like the press button and everything dies frames. Oh, whoops. Oh, we have a Dante here. Cool beans.
Got a solid move. Abandon supply cache. Now listen up. If you get close, you'll clock you and start a countdown. Bust into the cache before it's smoked. See?
There we go.
Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. If it works, fewer thermal charges your pop. Know this. Open that thing in the tech rocker.
But yeah, we just throw mushrooms and bounce on mushroom. I can't tell if that's me lagging or what. I hope it's not me. It shouldn't be me. Yeah, no, Dante is a little difficult depending on your build. I personally really like running I really like running Noctura build with Dante. It's just really fun. Noko's a really good just point and throw. I just sit on mushroom and send out my kickballs of doom. And pray for the best. It's great. like the... You set stuff down to help your fellow Tenno, and then you go and explode everything in the area. It's really fun. Or as I call it, hitting the serotonin button. Which I play controller, so... Yep. I like playing, brightly colored Mushroom Boy. Dante does take a little bit, because he's a little bit of a setup. Depending on how you go about it. I normally get it to where I have my shields all the way up. And then I start blasting with, Noctura. I'm very much an energy... which controller? I use an Xbox controller. It's comfortable for my hands. I've been a controller user for Warframe forever. I started playing on Switch, unironically. Switch, moved over to PlayStation, and now PC. I still play on PlayStation a lot, but I do stream it a lot, so... I think I already had that one. Ooh! Nightwave stuff. I can show you the one I used. Hang on. Because, Dante also does stuff off of his, ability too. There we go. I do a lot of, I've been building my Dante out for Steel Path, so... Spam the kill spell. Ah, I see. Yeah, Noctura build is really good. I do suggest, having your energy up a little bit for Dante if you're gonna do a Noctura build. Like, my energy, I'm with it. I have casting speed and critical rate, critical chance, and ability strength for my Dante for Archon shards. But his energy is 160 or 760. He doesn't have good health or shield for the reason of Dante is silly with overshield. His overshield is insane. Yeah. My cap is currently 30k for overshield. What do I play on? I play on just about anything. Right now I'm playing on PC though. PC, Steam. But I do play on Switch from time to time, and PlayStation also. That's it if I'm not streaming. That's normally me chilling in bed. Okay, so Warframe is a few different things, but its main genre is looter shooter. So it's a third-person hero looter shooter, is the best way I can explain it. You choose your man that you go with. In my case, I play a lot of post-game My two mains are post New War. But it's like if you take an MMO and mix it with a looter shooter. It's completely free to play. It has one of the best free to play like things ever. There is no like paid battle pass or anything like that. Anything that you would pay with real money is literally cosmetics. That's all it is cosmetics. It's literally pay for your time. You pay with your time. So like, let me go to the back room. Cause that'll be easier actually. Are you winning? Oh, we're doing pretty good. Going into the back room. I haven't been back here in a minute. I mostly stay on my ship. So where is the market here? Oh, right, it's over here. So, like, you get platinum, which is your currency, but they have a very, arguably very healthy, trade system. So you can actually trade for platinum, so you can be completely, free to play, if you want to. You can buy your Warframes outright if you don't feel like farming them. In my personal opinion, farming Warframes isn't too bad. Trade for plat? Yeah, you can trade for plat. So if you have, like, prime sets that you don't want to use, you can actually go on to so you either go into the trade chat, like, which one is trade chat? That's squad chat. Here's trade chat. So the one that kind of looks like a recycle system, symbol, this is trade chat, and it's like, want to buy, want to sell, and they'll post what all they want to sell. You know? There's also the Warframe market that you can list stuff up and, like, what your, thing is and all that. Where is squad chat? There we go. It's really good, though. It's a really good game. I definitely suggest it, because it also... so, at a certain point, it turns from a looter shooter into a dating sim. They mix a bunch of other stuff into it. Yeah. So, a lot of people go to Warframe Market, and that is literally an easier way to do trading because of how the trade chat is in here. The dating sim is true endgame. So based. Yeah, no, it is. I haven't gotten to the point where I can get a mirror into the back room, sadly. Yeah, you have a good night, Senko. Have fun cooking dinner. Also, hello, sorry. Hello, my opossum demon lord. But yeah, no, dating sim is true endgame. Isn't there a garage palm in here? Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, dating sim. It's like or not AO3, AOL style stuff. I still need to do this. So we got the Hex, and then we got the Devil's Triad. Wait, what? Oh, that's Leon. Okay. Yeah, the Hex member I'm in, I mean, it can be AO3 as well! Yeah, no, you're so true! You're so true! Especially depending on who you're dating. Looks at either Roth or, Eleanor, sometimes. I am with, Amir. I'm with our nerdy, speedster. He is adorable. Oh, I have so many Helvania bucks. What? We'll send him a hockey table, why not? I actually haven't done this a whole lot. What would Homegirl like? She likes metal stuff, doesn't she? I'd imagine this. But yeah, no. So when I was doing this stuff, it was really funny because doing the dating sim, I was legitimately stuck between either Aoi or Amir because they're both adorable. Like, I love sweet baby girl Aoi, and our chaos gremlin that is Amir. Both adorable. To be fair, I like them all. Do you know how upset I was that I couldn't get with Flare? But honestly, after going through his story, it makes sense. It makes sense that they're not sexual, or want a relationship because of the guitar. The guitar, I think, would eat me in my sleep. Not gonna lie. I feel like the guitar would seek me out and search and destroy. Considering the cursed things of bad way, really bad way. Lizzie is, terrifying. Also, hi R57, welcome, hun. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. Welcome. But yeah, in a bad way. In a really bad way. She's like, Lizzie's like hardcore yandere. Like, the you touch them, I will kill you. And I'm like, please ma'am, no, I'm good. It's literally a situation of have a nice day. Thank you for horrors beyond my comprehension. Okay, so we're gonna go off to go do more bounties. I need to get rid of this coda. Whether we kill him or we, don't, is dependent. Fast travel. Garage Palm. So we can get to the bounty board. And we get to do more tech rot shenanigans. I'm gonna use, Dante for this. Mostly because I like Dante better. I am watching for when Lavii comes online. Or if she, you know, adds me. So we can get community night started. Meow. Fit it? Yep. Alrighty. Time to just explode everything. But yeah, no, I absolutely love, Dante. He is one of my personal favorites. Mostly for the funny, damage numbers. Ooh, potency mod, heck yeah.
Scout your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods.
Yeah, no, Noctura is so good. Back when Dante first came out, a lot of people, were like, oh, Noctura's not that good, it's just his exalted weapon. Yada yada yada, and it's like, nah, bruh. You put galvanized mods on this thing, and you are just stripping everything of their life. To be fair, I am building for Steel Path. Yeah, no, Headshot Dante build is really funny. So you can find the, giant bug- so they're kind of like giant bugs. Hot shot. I mean, headshots are also funny with the Noctura. But, you can find them on the Cambion Drift. And they're literally giant bugs. They're big bugs that you can, ride like a K-Drive. Yes! You understand. Hi, Sanic! Welcome, welcome, hun! We're just playing some, Warframe. The air balloon. When I think of air balloon, I think of the thing that is like a giant tumor in the sky. Need them for the helmet upgrade. So there's... Yep. Yes, sir! But yeah, so you can find them in the Cambion Drift. They're going to be literally purple. Because there's a few different variants of them. There's like the green ones, there's yellow ones, I think there's a blue one. There's a few of them. Hello, Kyra! Welcome, welcome, hun. And they're floating. I think you can do the hunting call thing, if you have their bait. I'm pretty sure. I haven't done stuff in the Cambion Drift in a hot minute. Like, proper hunting. You should be able to go to father for... Is it father or son? It might be actually son. Yeah, son's the conservationist. You can go to son and get the lures. Oh, you don't think so for the Vectopods? Yeah, I don't do the conservation stuff because it drives me bonkers. I literally feel like I'm going through the stages of insanity. And I don't like being on the Cambion Drift for too long because it's just boring. A girl can only kill so many zombies. Recycle Warframes. Yeah, no, I've done it before because obviously I have the recycler. True, true. Oh, hello. I will yoink that. Alright, off we go. Go, me free. I want out. I want to get my antiviral mod, please. Please and thank you. There we go. But yeah, no, adjusting your highlight is very useful. I actually need to do that again, redo that, because for some reason, Warframe likes to turn it off. So there's an accessibility that you can do where you can turn on enemies and allies, and it gives them like a glowy effect around you. Around them. Yep. It's very useful. Hang on, let me pop in. Because I need to fix it myself. So it's gonna be over here in accessibilities. Hi, Baked! Character highlighting. Here it is. And this is how you do it. Yeah, long time no see! And you can change their intensities and stuff. And it'll show you how it looks on your Warframe. Which I'm actually gonna make this green. Oh yeah! I've mentioned the free, color palette. Here you go. You can actually favorite the accessibility colors and toss it on. Yeah, please do. I'll share it with the mods. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it orange, actually. so there's a nice difference between the two. But yeah. Oh no! Right, it'll turn everybody green. But yeah, it does that. It just highlights everyone. It's very useful in mission. Oh, sick! It actually, does it on the reflections, too. I like that. Yeah, let me check, my Discord real quick. Oh, let me check. Okay, in like 45 minutes. So, at about 6 we'll probably be going into it. Wah, wah. Wah. There we go. Wah. Ha wah wah wah. Oh, add in about 2 minutes, boys, over on Twitch end. There we go. But yeah, feel free to send me everything. Baked. I might have already banned them, because we had somebody come in earlier. Okay. Yeah, it's like a, little, pixel. Hang on. Turn off the cat ears. Ah, why did it turn on the thing? Oh, I have the Banui toggle on. Yeah! It's just a custom model. It's a pixel custom model. It's really cute, though. I love it. Yes, I've become shapeshifter. That's actually a canon ability for Momo. I actually can take on different powers and stuff. 'Cause dreams. I'm powered by dreams. There we go. And you can be anything in your dreams. Let's see here. Yep, I'll be ready. I'll be ready, Freddy. But yeah, no, I love this bottle. It's really cute. I actually had to turn off the, XY movement. We just got home half an hour ago. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I've been just vibing. I did a little bit of work at the beginning of stream, and then we popped over into, Warframe. I actually turned on my, ally and enemy highlight back on, because it was supposed to be on. So everybody's green now. I might adjust my settings a little bit more, actually, real quick. Because it is stuttering. I don't know if that's me or what. No, everything's normal. I think I'll do that. Yeah, it's not as stuttery. Oh! Thank you for the follow, Hardscoper. Welcome, welcome, hun. Wah wah wah! But yeah, yeah, I've just been yapping. Yapping and doing, shenanigans, because I'm trying to get antiviral mods. Ah! Yapping as it be, indeed, Sanic. But yeah, no, so, once we start community night, I'll probably go over into full Twitch mode. Just so, because I'm also gonna be balancing, VC, so I wanna make sure I'm not getting confused. Oh, you found them? Heck yeah. The giant mosquitoes. The big ol' mosquitoes. Of, the Cambion Drift that you can ride like a skateboard. I love Warframe. I love Warframe. Because that, in any other game, you would have thought that that was, like, something from the early 2000s. Riding a giant mosquito like it's a K-drive. Like it's a skateboard. Also, if anybody doesn't know about this, yeah, no, that's a Half-Life reference. Like, straight up Half-Life. This is one of the first things you see coming out of there, for the first time. I like little Easter eggs that, DE puts in. I think it might also be because, Steam is also just a very big thing for DE. But yeah. An Apex Twin shirt? Hmm?
Maybe I'll open a store here.
I'm so confuzzled. Oh! That's really funny. My smooth brain. Alright, let's see here. So, we're gonna go into... maybe Wolfwife? Yeah, we could play Wolfwife. Maybe. Possibly. Dang, I don't remember this build. Where's Streamline? I need 4 more, so we can just do a full Streamline. Oh, wait, we gotta forma her anyways, so we'll probably forma one of her things here. Alrighty. Time to bonk. And bonk. Whoops! I did not mean to pin. There we go. Apply. Yes. Oh, it got rid of Streamline. Let me grab it again. Oh wait, I need to go back to this one. There we go. Hello, Goldens! Welcome, welcome, hun! I am MomoYumeko, Magical Girl in Training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. There we go. Alrighty, so it's almost 6 o'clock, so we'll probably go ahead and go over to Twitch mode only. So if you guys want to keep on going, migrate over to Twitch end. If not, have fun. Go support your Oshis that are in the events. I'm not sure what all events are going on right this second. I don't do events on IRIAM often, so go support your Oshi. I'm probably gonna put some more ice in my cup. So I'll probably go into BRB mode. So IRIAM men, I hope you guys have a good night. Stay safe. I don't have to come and protect you. And goodbye! I hope you guys have a good night. If you want to join us in community night, Lavii's hosting it. Just let us know in one of our chats over on Twitch end when she starts up. And yeah, hope you guys have a good night. You guys are all free to join if you play Warframe, no matter what level or where you're at in the story. Yeah, have a good night, everybody. Wow. Alrighty, Twitch end. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna put some ice in my cup because my ice is all defrosted. So I'll be right back. And then we'll probably pop into chat with Lavii and Co. So, BRB. Have fun. Play nice in the chat, boys. And I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Ba ba ba. Ice has been gotten. Make sure. Okay, it's still in the mic. Cool beans. Alrighty, let me check in on Discord and yep. Hee 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 hee. Alrighty. Is this the correct one? Yeah, community hangout. I'll pop in a second. Projectile speed be like gnome. So babes. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna pop in and get things set up on OBS because I know I moved stuff around a little bit. Hello!
Hello.
Let's see here. Okay, you're good. You're in a good spot. I couldn't remember where the heck all of my things were for this.
Yeah, I just had. Man, of all times, for viewers to pop into my chat, it's when the ads are starting.
Oh no! That's always.
I usually hit the run 3-minute ad first.
That makes sense. I don't do pre-roll. I have it just enough so I don't have pre-roll.
I usually have ads pop off every hour.
Yeah, same. It's like every 45 minutes, I think it said, or something like that.
Yeah, hour I found has been best for me. Where the hell did 8 people come from when I haven't even started yet? My goodness.
They like you.
Apparently.
They like you.
Something like that.
Here. Yeah, I went and got ice for coffee.
Nice. Alright. Let me get... everything rolling. There we go. Hi, everybody. Ugh. I really need to blow off steam today. Oh.
One of those days.
Microsoft has absolutely pissed me off.
Understood. You just had to say Microsoft.
Oh my god. So, today I had a picture of I had a smart car in front of me, right, with some funny stuff on it. Like, yes, I stole the clown's car.
Beautiful.
Crack. And I took a picture of it. And then I went to edit in Paint to remove the stuff to get people doxed. Right?
Uh-huh.
And then I save it. And I get in there. Let me just save this at. Let me grab this image real fast. This clip here. This is so dumb. I'm gonna put this in my. Oh, thank you for the follow, Stella. Hey, welcome in. I'm gonna put this in my stream real fast because this is so dumb.
Hello, Lavii.
Hello.
I didn't even
That's
realize you
gonna be
came in
readable.
here.
Yeah.
Hi, Lavie.
I didn't want to
But yeah.
interrupt somebody's sentence.
But yeah, yes, Stella, I actually do stream. So it's sad because I edited it with Paint. Microsoft has inserted their bullshit of save with content credentials. Content credentials metadata discloses that work was created with generative AI.
What is?
A photo I edited to remove document stuff that could be used to dox people.
I'm going to harm. Why is... Okay, so... That's why I don't use AI. Like, I try to use my best judgment, because, like, things that are, like, scanned for AI normally also get it wrong. Because AI...
Lunar, I'm in the game right now just fine. So
I
don't know.
It has been a little on the thing. It's been on the fritz today for some reason. At least my end.
I don't know. It's been running smooth for me. What little I've played today. I had to test the
Daiku.
I had to test the Daikyu a little bit. I didn't play with it too much.
I have an unranked Verena
I just
Prime
remembered.
chillin'. Cause I just format her.
Hold on, let me start streaming. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee bit. Oh, that's a cursed bit. There we go. Do I go with the baseline color scheme, or do I go with the Momo color scheme?
Oh yeah, I gotta go claim rewards here. Oh, the triple pack of Forma. Okay, that's.
I should be streaming now on everything except for IRIAM for the moment.
Oh no. Yeah. All right.
IRIAM
So.
takes me a second.
Yeah, IRIAM. You gotta do the whole song and dance with IRIAM.
Yeah.
Lunar, you should see that I'm currently playing on the stream.
Uh-oh. Are we having scuff, TM? Are we having the canon event?
I need to check YouTube to make sure that's running properly, apparently.
Uh-oh. I was gonna say, I know that, with game-wise, there was some loading time issues. Not with me, but with other people.
It's showing that I'm live and there's no issue. It's like, the video's there, so I don't know.
Weird, Dio.
Very weird.
Oh! Can you, on Twitchin', can you guys hear well? I just want to make sure that the audio stuff's good for,
Hello, Ghost. How are you?
for, our friends. Okie dokie, cool beans.
It's like peaking for some reason, which is weird.
Oh?
There we go.
My chat can hear you.
It looks like,
Hi,
at least
Siva,
me.
welcome in.
Okie dokie. I know that I haven't really
Two chats
changed
right
it.
now, just on Twitch alone.
Others are kind of
Alright,
low?
so-
Okay.
I might end up dying quite a bit because I haven't played in a while. And also, we're playing New Guy.
Oh.
Caliban.
Oh,
We're playing
Caliban.
Oh, that's right. You got Caliban Prime now.
Yes.
Want me to get Funny Wizard Man?
That would certainly improve her survivability.
Let me get Funny Wizard Man. There we go. Let me get out of Halvania real quick. I was running Halvania missions.
Oh. Hey, I was grinding relics, or grabbing more relics earlier for void traces.
Ooh, he's so pretty.
Yeah, no, Caliban Prime is so good. You should see his one of his deluxe skins. One of his deluxe skins makes him look like a ghost knight.
Hi, Jeek. Welcome in.
It's actually one of the 30 slot for Nightwave. That Drifter Operator skin is actually based on that. Let me open up one of y'all's streams.
Here we go.
Play around
Probably.
with appearance well.
More than likely Lavii stream. Because I mod her stream sometimes. I catch the bots.
But yeah, I'm not only playing a new frame, I'm also using new weapons to try and boost my level. So I might die.
Understandable.
I mean, that's...
Where my Lavii? There's my Lavii.
part of the trouble.
There we go.
All
Yoink me. Yeah, the current Nightwave is based off of Caliban Deluxe.
right.
Okay, so here's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do.
Well, typically the best points for leveling up tend to be defense missions.
Defense,
take me wherever.
survival. Oh, that's
Defense
good.
or survival. I prefer defense just because everybody has to be around closer to a certain point.
Yeah.
Hi, audio.
So somebody that
Tornado
can't run
Stormer.
all the
Oh my
way off
god.
to
Hi.
God knows where.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where do we want to go for that?
Question.
How are you doing today, audio?
We could do a dark sector if there's any dark sectors. Defense. I don't know if the dark sector ever has defense.
That's good. I had a really nice afternoon with Husbat. He had an appointment.
Oh,
And
nice.
our car is still broken, so we took an Uber to like Town Square, and we went to this little shop, and I got a new journal and a pen, and the pen, it's a cat, and you pull its tail, and it clicks the pen out. It's really cute.
It's adorable.
Yeah, there's nothing to be anxious about playing defense. It just is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we could go to the Ceres one over on Gabi. Or no, that's not it. The Setna one. That one's kind of a low level. Where is it?
Anything works.
Singuro. There we go.
Business Monkey, welcome in.
Okay, I'm not in Steel Path. Good.
Yeah, let's not Steel Path me whenever this is like a
Just
level
casually
1
throw her into the
Caliban.
Steel Path bus.
I haven't even looked at his like things he can do yet. I've literally just took him out of the foundry. He is hot off the press.
Into the pool you go.
Into the pool.
Yoink.
I've never been here.
He spins. Yes, he spins. Spins, shoots lasers, summons his goons.
Yeah. Hi, Kyperian. Hi, Estrella.
Bump,
The wild Estrella appears.
bump. The wild
Yeah, the
Estrella.
wild Estrella. Ah!
Here it comes.
I fell into a hole I didn't know was there.
Birds.
Estrella, that's not news.
Whoa!
What?
That's so cool!
He's a summoner frame, if I remember right. So he's gonna do well with the summoner mods.
I fell down a hole too. Oops.
Careful. Map Holly. Boop. And... Can I have energy, please? Energy hungry. Right. There we go.
Much energy.
Hi, Landon. How are you? Welcome in. I'm playing Caliban for the first time. He's hot off the press. I literally just got him off the foundry.
Fell into the abyss.
You're going in blind.
I finally turned on my ally and enemy
bold of you to
highlights.
try to tell Estrella no.
I don't think that would go well. I think she just wouldn't listen.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you play on the Switch.
My condolences.
I have no idea. I don't play Warframe on the Switch for obvious reasons.
My condolences. I play it on the Switch from time to time if I'm in my bed and don't feel like booting up the PlayStation.
It's like that's a case of asking if you want to suffer. Estrella's asking if they can join. Whoop.
Yeah, I mean, we're just chilling.
I mean,
for now.
We've got a rando in here right
now.
Oh
yeah, we do have a rando.
But that's not something hard to fix.
Well, of course it's not something hard to fix.
Yeah.
A wild Estrella has appeared.
He inserts the Pokemon.
Potentially technical issues.
Uh-oh.
What technical
Yeah,
issues?
my gun isn't shooting, and I can't swap to my other weapons.
Oh God.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to leave anyway if that's.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
No clue. You know, there was a comment I wanted to say when I was called wild.
I mean,
oh, I already got another bit of Nightwave. Awesome.
Hi, Kenny. Welcome in.
I mean, it wouldn't be a wild Estrella if you put a collar on me.
I was drinking.
Damn.
And now your drink is all over the keyboard.
Damn.
No, I almost choked.
I've got. I was like, did I not equip weapons in the other slots? But I did. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
So true, Vivi.
Maybe it was a genuine bug.
Apparently, I caught Vivi by bike.
Hi, Vivi. How are you? Welcome in.
Oh.
I am pure chaos.
Yes.
We love it though.
Oh, sometimes the weapon
Yeah,
gets bugged, but if you transfer into the operator, it fixes it. Okay.
I've gotten stuck.
In the update.
I've been stuck in Noko only being able to roll before.
Yeah.
Or no, not roll. Cast is 1 before. That's a great bug.
You can probably pull us back in.
Yeah.
Oh, unless we're
Estrella.
We're gonna add Estrella.
I
guess we can. I'm kidding.
I don't have Estrella in here. Oh no.
Give me a minute. It's taking. No, it's taking a moment to log in.
Oh, gotcha. You're not logged in. That's why.
Yeah, it's being slow, and I don't know why.
Thank you for the follow, Vivi. I appreciate you.
Oh, I think this might be what Lunar was running into.
Hi, Aurora. Welcome
in.
What?
Hi, Sonic fan.
Earlier,
the Warframe login servers might be having some spastastic issue.
Yeah, so earlier we had a dude literally take like 10 minutes to get in.
Welcome in.
A bunch of us were fine, but
Warframe over on YouTube and Twitch.
I mean, if you guys gotta launch, go ahead and launch.
You're not allowed to put links in chat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No links in chat.
I was talking to IRIAM, sorry.
No, that's fine. I figured.
Yeah.
I figured. I went. Oh, because somebody's breaking rules.
Ah.
Naughty, naughty.
Spray a bottle.
Or letting yourself
Okay,
die
go
and
ahead
revive.
and
Yep.
you guys go ahead and launch. I will join you when I can. Nope, never mind. There it goes. Fuck you, Garth! You say something.
Gotta love it.
You say something and it immediately is like, no, screw you.
It'd be like that.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Do you?
No, I was talking to chat.
Blocks.
Sorry.
Oh, I know. I was about to make a terrible joke. Do you see what they mean? Are your eyes functioning? What do your Neko eyes see?
What do my special eyes see?
What do your big old special eyes?
What your Neko eyes see, Jesus.
I mean, she is a Neko vampire, so she probably has really good eyesight.
Unless there's red in the room, and then she gets hungry.
Good thing I'm pink.
I am on.
Yeah. Unironically, I'm not friends with you, so.
Yeah.
We should fix that.
Yeah, we need to fix that.
What kind of Lavii shenanigans do we got? Today we are, doing Warframe Community Day. Which we do that every Tuesday, at 5 p.m.
There we go.
CST. Yeah.
Fixing that.
I just pulled Caliban off the foundry, so he's brand new.
Hot off the press.
I don't know how any of him works, so we'll see how it goes.
I get to see a baby Caliban. Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna level up Verona.
Do you have summoners? What is it called?
No, don't yeet the Lavii.
No yeeting the Lavii.
Okay,
really don't.
Don't throw the cat.
You can't eat the Lavii. That's
Don't
rude.
throw the cat.
No. I will get a big pat, like a super large padded catcher's mitt, and just catch.
So I have a they're called wormies. They're a like a heating pad stuffed animal. Anyways.
Oh my god, that sounds cute.
Anyways. So mine is a calico cat. His name is Oliver. And a frequent phrase said in my house is, "It's time to put the cat in the microwave."
What the hell?
Hi, Jay. Yep, I'm over here on Twitchin'.
What the Jesus Christ?
Oh god. Well, you're a biter. You know what time it is. Microwave.
Oh no.
Microwave. Alright. We want to go back into Sedna's defense?
I'm having to deal with something.
No.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Troublemaker.
No, you're fine. Don't apologize.
Yeah.
You're not Canadian.
Oh
Don't think
no.
at least.
I don't think we have any Canadians in here.
That makes sense. Yeah, no.
Good.
Some
we don't need war criminals.
some plushes, weighted plushes are really nice to be warm. I still have yet to get a weighted plush. I do sleep with a stuffed animal because my partner is too warm.
Aw.
I know that pain.
Pretty good. My day's been great. How are you today, Jay? How are you feeling? also, hello from the, you've moved over from the IRIAM end. I think this is the first stream you've actually been in.
Sorry, guys. That was super annoying. Holy shit. Okay.
You're fine.
You're good.
The target ones are good. Ooh.
I have banned 2 children already, and I have been live for 20 minutes, not even.
Jesus.
All right,
Jeez.
let's go.
Fair enough. So,
Goodness.
Momo,
Let me
you had
shoot
somebody,
things.
So Momo, you had somebody transfer from one chat to the other, right?
Oh, I'm not streaming on IRIAM end right now. I actually ended up, not doing it, but,
So they
one of my
swapped platforms, right?
Yep, it's my one of my
Hello
mods.
from the other side.
God.
It's one of my mods.
I had to set up the joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Alrighty. Oh, right. I'm not playing Dante right now.
Uh-oh.
You're not playing Daddy Dante?
Not playing Daddy Dante.
Ooh, there's so many lockers here.
I'm going to tell you how to summon your friends and remember. Oh wait, that's a level. That's a third ability. You don't have that yet.
Damn, we already pulling red crits.
Heck yeah.
I do Tau damage.
Oh,
No.
I got you.
There you go. Apparently my shields were not strong enough. I need to pull out the summulists.
Don't even know what got you.
I don't
What
even know.
did get you?
I was alive once.
Whatever it was, I shot it and it was like 5k mastery points. So I was like,
Huh?
I have declared I'm not allowed to die anymore.
So I have a penta on right now, which I think is a grenade gun, but how do I do the grenades? I don't...
Probably middle mouse.
Middle mouse.
Yep.
Yep, that was it.
Yeah, the only reason I know is the Truma Prime has an alt fire.
oh, Corinth Prime?
Gotta get me some 2-hour
favorite shotgun?
burgers.
No, Truma Prime.
What is my favorite frame? That is a good question. So, you're making me choose between my 2 babies. I play Uriel usually, but I also really enjoy Folly.
Don't lie, you like Uriel.
Yeah, I do.
You like
all
Daddy
know why.
Roth.
Yeah, I do.
There it is.
Yeah,
We know the
yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
As your friends, we will happily call you out in front of your chat.
Tis the
Just
nature
like-
of being friends with us.
Just like how I like Varuna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I may have to watch like a video on him or something because I'm not getting
Caliban?
it. Yeah.
Oh, Caliban, until you have all of your abilities, you won't get him anyways.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of those frames where he does not come online until he has all of his abilities, because all of his
Oh.
abilities work in tandem.
Kinda like Dante.
I've never played a frame like that before.
Wow,
Yeah,
the
oh,
first
cool.
drop we get is an ammo drum.
So, for
Ew.
example,
Oof.
with your third ability, when you have the conculists out, and you use your fourth ability, the laser, they fire lasers too. I believe it's the orthos. When you spin, they spin. One of them spins when you spin. And I think you need the mod for it. So, there's a bunch of custom mods for him, and some of his abilities play into the abilities of other summons.
So
So
what you're saying? So what you're saying is I'm probably not going to be playing him very much. That sounds like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, unless you just focus on 1 or 2 of the summons. I
Yeah.
usually focus on the Summulist if we need shields, or the Conculists for... I have laser beams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Caliban's pretty fun, too. I like the building aspect of Warframe the most, so...
Yeah.
I feel like I would enjoy the building the building aspect of Warframe if I understood it.
Oh, that's fine. That's completely
Yeah.
understandable.
Uh-huh.
I don't even understand it. I just find a frame that I like, figure out
Yeah.
how to play it, and go from there.
And then go
Yep.
ham.
Fair.
I have apparently accidentally made a steel path Caliban without even trying.
Oh, come on now.
Oof.
Me with
Oh,
Dante.
I don't want to be into that.
I've just kind of tossed
There he goes.
mods on that sounded cool, and I mean, you guys have seen how cracked my mods, my Noctura build is.
Sometimes that's all. Sometimes that's all it takes.
I want to play Nyx Prime now.
I mean,
I like
Trying
minion
to steal my
dancers.
thunder.
No,
I
one of my
looked
first-
over at him.
Fuck that.
Star.
Nyx was actually my second prime.
Oh, nice. Mine.
I have
I don't
had
even
a deep
remember
love.
what my first prime was.
I know mine. Mine was Rhino Prime.
I'm pretty sure.
What have I
mine
been up to?
was-
Working. Lots of working. Because we're almost to off-kai time.
Hype
not
about
ready.
We don't
Off-Kai.
want you hanging around.
I wish I could see what you look like for the meet and greet fit.
That is a lot of eczemuses.
Oh shit! I hopped out of my Caliban.
All the laser
Don't do that.
beams.
That's bad for your health.
Very. I make everything float.
Oh. Oh, even funnier. There we go. It's really funny to see all the minions.
Oh yeah.
I don't feel like I'm doing any damage, but that's sure.
Oh, it gets better. You want to see more minions? This
Oh,
is the
no.
Sumulist.
Oh,
Another ammo drum? Are you for real?
Well,
we're just cursed
RNGs
by it.
just be like, screw you guys.
There's
Sumulist
a
summons like
restaurant
7
called
minions.
Delilah.
Thanks for hitting my 80 follower goal. We've been
Amazing.
streaming on here for about a month now, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised with mine. I have 72, and I've only been streaming for about about a month now.
Yeah, you started like right before me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Start some riots.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I just blew myself up with one of my own grenades.
Whoopsies.
Whoops.
Prime targets
I love
here.
Caliban's first ability. You turn into a Blade.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've been Beyblading around the room. Yeah.
It's really fun. I just see you
Artillery
freaking
cannon.
Beyblade across.
Just trying to get some levels.
Ooh, Endo. Thank you, Endo. I am so Endo hungry.
Oh, we're gonna just do this because I see those little parasite bastards.
Okay, I am doing a little damage. So I want to do the 2 to make them levitate, and then the 1 to go through them.
Yep.
Got it.
And when you get it, followed by 4, and you
Ow.
just strip out resistances.
Oh no, I've been
Yum.
poisoned. Okay, I'm
Yum.
done.
Poison.
Poison.
Yeah, I was leaking health.
Yum.
You're poisoned? Aren't you a vampire? Can't you just bite yourself and suck the poison out?
Oh, yeah,
Wow.
skill issue, sorry.
Skill. Sounds like a skill issue.
I will make terrible jokes.
Oh no.
Yeah, off-Kai Lavii shenanigans. Davi is actually making me a brand new outfit specifically for off-Kai. Very excited. Yeah, I'm gonna have a maid dress.
He made
Yeah.
No activation.
Lavie.
Yeah!
You know,
That's
Star,
gonna
we should put
be-
Shinako in a maid dress.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be this model, but with a different outfit.
Cute.
Don't tempt me, I might.
not a bio.
Oh, we're just passively playing. I'm not like trying to like turbo level or anything. We're just passively playing. This is my community day. Also, hi, welcome in.
Wow. That was a little close.
Also, I'm a baby Tenno. I don't care. I'm just playing to play.
Which is completely based.
I'm just here for the ride.
Yeah. I'm just here because whenever we get all these this specific 4 people in a call together, it's usually
it's chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos.
They'll say something and I'll feed off of it and make comments.
Exactly.
I know. I fell into a hole.
You fell into the hole again. I think this specific hole has taken everybody here. Because this hole.
Hollow. Also, hi, Hollow.
Bonk.
Hey, it was PG-13.
Hold on.
Don't tell me.
God.
Another child?
No, this time it was a bot. Oh my god. It's with today.
Goodness gracious.
You know, if a streamer doesn't want children in their stream, they have the right to get rid of them. And that's the beginning of the conversation.
Execute Order
we're
66.
We're not replacement parents.
No, I'm not. I don't even think I'm a good influence. Excuse me, what the fuck is your name, person in IRIAM chat? I goon to Lavii? What?
What? What? Crazy Dio. Who is that?
Well.
Brazen and bold, and I can respect it.
I
respect that so much. I'm not gonna ban you for that name. Actually,
I guess they really Lavii you.
I guess they really Lavii me. Yeah. Ooh, Shoti, are you wanting to join us?
Bro, ain't no way you just called me Shoti. That's crazy. Ain't no way, Auntie, you did me like that.
No, I was talking to Shoti in IRIAM chat. Hi, G. Hello.
Hi, G.
Hello.
I can't keep up. All I know is you got a gooner for you. That's crazy. Congrats.
Yeah, I've made it.
I'll be like, you for real.
They did what to the lobby exactly, Vivi? That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I
I'm
got your little plushie
crying.
in the jar now.
They got
Do not put
I
Lavii
got
in
a dried out
the jar.
lobby plushie.
There's a hole cut in the bottom.
No!
There's more in the hole in the bottom.
18.
There's multiple
This is PG-13 chat, my guy.
No, that is beyond.
Not anymore. No, you're right.
I'm slowly dying.
I can make it immediately, not that, but just swearing.
Hey, I am
Shouldn't
keeping
be
it
gone.
PG-13. All I'm doing is making suggestive jokes.
Yeah, just
my heart.
suggestive.
Where are you going?
Like,
Hi,
don't waste your
J-Flame.
don't look at the jar. Don't look at the jar.
Don't look at the jar.
There's
If
unexplainable
they know,
horror.
It's
they know it's their fault.
Can somebody take a screenshot of
Please,
that?
please
need it
take a
for
screenshot.
They see a crusty.
Hang on, let me switch over to Lavii
Hi,
IRIAM
Chrononite.
chat.
How are you?
I'm
Yeah, the chat
crying.
bar's been broken for like a month. I need to figure out how to fix it.
Hang on, I'm popping up
I
here.
have like 2 jobs
He's
on
going
top
invisible.
of doing streaming,
Whoops.
so
There we go.
Oh,
this is very low on my priority list.
that's rude.
Who is it? Is it someone that we know?
Possibly.
Probably.
Maybe.
I'm getting it. I think I just Beyblade everywhere, right? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing?
Who
Stomp
is
Beyblade is a thing.
this?
I stomp
Stomp Beyblade. Okay, yep, that's what I've been doing. Yep, I'm doing it right. Perfect. Good to know.
You're
That
gonna
was
have a
everything.
headache after that.
Yeah.
I
I was
Momo.
crying so much.
How do I
can't
find
tell
this
who this
stupid Rel
is.
voice, dude? I hate this mission with a passion.
Oh,
Who
you're
is
still stuck
this?
on that?
Oh, I didn't play the game for like 2 weeks. No.
Okay, I figured out who it is.
And I was kind of doing Final Fantasy for
Hi,
a bit,
Cap.
so no.
Valid.
I don't have the
Valid.
bandwidth for 3 games.
No, that's totally fair and valid. I don't think anyone should do what I do, which is playing 2 or 3 MMOs at a time.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think it's
I'm an
healthy.
MMO player.
Don't be like us.
Don't be
I'm
like
not
us.
an MMO player for real.
That
I'm a
just gets
sports fan.
expensive, man.
Oh, you think I'm putting money into this? Nah, I'm doing this free to play.
Fair.
Literally, the only
Until
thing
I
I've
have
spent
to.
money on is skins.
If you play Final Fantasy 14 long enough, you're not going to be free to play. I guarantee you.
I have to buy the
Yeah.
game. So I guess at that point no longer, but like beyond
Only
that.
after Shadowbringers. Is the Shadowbringers now? Yeah.
Excuse you.
Yeah, you can play to the end of Shadowbringers now. That is like months and months of content. I'm gonna be real with you.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Maybe
totally.
next year I'll have to buy it.
Yep.
Depends if I randomly drop the game for months at a time out of nowhere.
I mean, I
don't
do
do
it.
that.
So.
Hopefully I
One day,
don't take the year and a half you did.
I
If
want
I
to
beat
get back.
that,
I
I'm
want to
happy.
get back into
The
it.
terrors persist, but so do we. Exactly, Kyperian.
I want to get back into
mhm.
Final Fantasy 14. I just
That's so
haven't gotten around
good.
to it, and
It's just so
Money is
boring
also
just
an
sitting
issue.
there playing mission after mission.
To be
gotta
fair-
play
Can somebody have my back for a second so I can take a picture of chat? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh, I got. Oh,
we
perfect.
could just we could also
We can just extract. Yeah, let's do.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
We'll
okay.
extract.
Holy
The
shit.
first time
God.
I've seen it, it's like 3 bad mods, and then finally we get a relic out of it.
I got a warm coat.
Ooh.
I don't know where
Nightwave
this
level
voice
up.
is. I'm tweeting.
battery.
He's fuzzy.
A warm coat.
Yeah.
Dude,
Also,
I'm
I am
hearing-
so
I hear
sorry,
voices.
Dova. I didn't see you come in. Hi, my friend.
That one mission got me almost to max level for Verona. Again.
Oh my gosh, all my
I'm at this
chats are
corner
popping
where
today.
there's stairs and this triangle. I don't know where the voice is.
Who knows? All
It's
right.
between the walls.
100% crit chance with the with Daikyu Pride now.
I'll have to
Ooh,
look at the
tasty.
video for this.
That might be a good way to do it, is get a
Is this
video up.
orange wall? Like, is it this orange wall? Is it... I'm in the back rooms.
Fuck it.
I mean,
We're bringing
yeah.
Necros Prime.
Why are you in the back rooms? What did you do?
Maid party at Lavi's. Oh my god. Yeah, so, the plan is, Davi is going to make that outfit for me for Off-Kai. That it's going to, debut at Off-Kai. I'm gonna be there on screen all weekend. So you guys can come meet me. We're doing a bunch of exclusive merch. It's gonna be really cool.
Nice.
Oh, wait.
Hi, Diligent Eagle. How are you? Anyways, so after that, I think what's gonna happen is Davi is gonna put that maid dress up as like a base, so
Like an
more
asset?
people can. Yeah, kind of like a paid asset. Yeah, I think that's what the
Cute.
plan is.
Why
Ooh,
couldn't this mission be
actually-
multiplayer? This would make my
But
life
I'm
so
gonna
much
have
easier.
my own variant that nobody else has. So yeah. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay.
That's it.
Oh,
We're putting
my
out
poor
to YouTube. I'm
throat.
cheating.
I mean,
I don't
think-
blame you.
yeah, some of the older missions
Go
are a
for it.
little borked.
I
Yeah,
don't have the
there's
patience.
no
Alright,
shame
I'm
in
gonna throw
that.
this controller in a second. This
Come-
is how you go. This is how you become schizophrenic.
Tap, tap.
Do not rap tap me. Don't you start it.
I actually have
It
that
caught
as an
off- it cut off,
audio.
by the way, I knew exactly what you were doing.
The walls.
They're in the walls.
Oh god. I love how quick you were to call me out too.
Yeah, if you want,
better you than me.
if you want to hear the rest of the conversation and gameplay and stuff, I am on Twitch and YouTube.
YouTube?
Yes. I am on both Twitch, YouTube, and IRIAM. Yep.
Because she's
But,
insane. Lovingly.
But my fingers are still
unfortunately,
feeling-
I am having the worst time whatsoever getting my mixer working, so I can't do game audio and stream audio on IRIAM yet.
Man, you versus Mixer. Who wins in a game 7? I'm taking the Mixer.
I'm
Christ.
gonna throw it through a fucking window. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Another
Don't
chaos
do it.
bean.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Just saying. The Mixer's
No,
got
no,
you in
no.
a chokehold.
No. There's nothing we can do to her that isn't worse than the one person's username.
Also, she said this is my job, so I'm just doing what I'm paid to do. Okay.
We are at 4 people blocked, and I've been live for 40 minutes.
Here we get a fifth, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we get a fifth by an hour?
Put your best in, ladies and gentlemen. The winner gets, I don't know, a plushie from Lavii. I don't know.
Thank you, audio. Oh my gosh, you guys really want Lavii plushie. It doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Be
I
careful with that
mean-
one. The things that will be happening to them.
Oh no.
Well,
Oh, dear.
Do you want to be the reason that happens?
here's the thing. So Lavii plushie may be happening behind the scenes eventually.
Well,
Cool.
rip
I
the
may already
rip
be
the plushie that the
working on
Gooner
that.
gets. There's at least one plushie we know is not going to make it past a week.
Oh no.
Oh,
No.
that might be generous. It might not even last a day.
Oh no. I mean,
It depends how aggressive the gooning is.
Looks like Captain Particle.
Like, I respect him putting his intentions clear. He is here to goon, nothing else. Just may need to check his hands, because one of them may not be on the screen. You know,
Oh
actually,
my
maybe neither of them on the
God.
screen. Who knows? He might have it on a stand or on his laptop.
All right, hand
Actually,
check.
there's a lot of
Two-hand action is crazy,
Where are your
Dio.
there's a lot of scenarios where actually his hands are on the device. Mm.
We just turn into cops. Hands, where's your hands?
Sir,
Put-
your hands
put 'em
up so I
up!
can see them.
Put him up!
Oh my God.
Hi, Liz.
The vic-
Welcome in.
The victim has multiple holes. Oh God.
No.
Death by penetration.
God,
You hate to see it.
okay.
Bonk. Bonk. Bonk.
PG-13. I'm literally an agency streamer. I will mute you. And that is your only warning.
Yeah, gotta give it a little bit longer before you can start saying that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give it a couple more weeks. Then we can make all the 18 plus jokes.
No.
Then the real chaos
It's what,
begins.
September?
Yeah, September.
That's a couple weeks.
Did you say there's a couple?
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Don't worry about it, Liz. You're fine. You're fine. Jesus Christ. This stream. I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
You're
Dude,
off to a
I've
lovely start,
I've
don't
already
worry.
got a
I'm
headache.
gonna have
So
fucking ulcer by the end of this.
You had one chaos devil. Now you got two, and they're synchronizing.
Yeah.
oh no.
Yeah. Anyways, what are we doing next? Sitting here
Haven't decided.
in our spaceships, is that it?
Hang on,
Forever.
I got a funny. Hang on. Oh wait, I'm
I
gonna
mean-
be
So
freaking
I
OBS.
have an inquiry.
I mean, who was it the other day that said that Warframe is basically just a chatting stream with
Yeah.
violence?
Yes.
Just chatting stream of violence. I mean,
Liz, we're on YouTube and Twitch if you want to have the full conversation. I can't hook it up to IRIAM yet,
When they
unfortunately.
get
I
real
have
violent
tried.
with Momo, using glitter.
Yeah.
oh, I need to visit a dojo. I had to visit a featured dojo. What the heck? Kill
That's
20
just-
enemies
getting a
while
literal
riding
headache.
a K-Drive, Kythe, Vestapod, the bug, or an Entama cycle. What are these missions this week?
I'm playing a necromancer.
Well,
8
one
Railjack missions
I
is
got-
one.
It was not the spinning audio. It was
so speaking
a lot of other
Railjack,
things giving me a headache.
the relic I need in order to get another shot at the Valkyr Prime chassis
Mhm.
comes out of the Veil Proxima.
Well, anybody want to go
Yeah.
to Railjack?
I mean, we can.
Well, I mean, how bad do we want to traumatize Lavii? Because Veil Proxima is like,
I have to
top
learn
end of it.
eventually.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so I am at rank 20 with Caliban. Alright.
You
Yeah, I'll
can
take
stay in
Caliban with me.
the ship, but you also have to get onto ships. You don't. You
Yeah.
have to leave the Railjack to complete the missions.
Yep.
I mean, I'm down for Veil Proxima.
I think because Lavii started the party, it'd be her Railjack currently run.
Oh, yeah, just dissolve the party then, it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, my throat from laughing.
And just
Oh,
drag
I'm in
your
the same
fan
boat
on
as
my-
you.
I have so much, Oh, whoops, I accidentally denied. It didn't leave.
Oh, no.
There we go.
How could you? Momo. I cry now.
No.
Ooh, I actually needed that. 2 extra weapon slots. Let's go, Nightwave.
Ooh.
Thanks.
I think my
I
next
was
one
one
is,
plat
Warframe
away
slot.
from having another slot. So,
Rank
Well,
20
let's-
for rank 20 for Nightwave is
Oh,
another
no.
Warframe slot would be nice.
Yeah.
Spark. It's multiple. So some missions will actually make you all have to come out because it's like a normal mission at that point. So it'll be like a, waiting at the point for everybody else. Yep.
All right.
hi, Lysidra. Hi, Kato. Bye, Liz.
The
I
Veil
love you.
Proxima.
Bye. Okay. Yeah.
I need 1,000 more points to put the rest of us in jail.
Oh no. Why would you do that to yourself?
Because
Why
then
you
I'm locked in jail with these gremlins.
You're not locked in here with, or we're not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with us.
All right.
That's the intention. I'm meant to be locked in here with you.
All
It
right.
depends.
Veil Proxima it is.
What was that, Momo?
Oh, I was checking in with chat.
Oh,
Yeah, it depends. So damage can be. It depends on the type of shields you have on. Some things can pass through your shields. If you have overshield, like what Dante gives, it'll actually use the overshield over your actual HP. It just really depends on the type of shields you got. Whee! We spin.
Oh wait, this is the Grenier one. Oh well.
Thank you for the
fine.
follow, Ghost Diamond. I appreciate you.
That's fine. It'll let me unlock more.
No, like for
More
the
stuff
mission.
in the Veil
What kind of
Proxima anyway,
mission is
because I
that?
have-
Hi,
done all of
Zari.
them.
Welcome in, Zari.
What
Sorry,
counts as
I was-
damage?
Doing things.
Any damage. If it's a mission like that, it's any kind of damage. So shield damage, over shield damage, normal damage.
oh. I thought I clicked the button. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yep.
They were also waiting on me because I was modding things.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was fine.
Hey, Lavii.
What's up?
I have been
Cerberus, welcome in. What did you do?
I'm fine. I backed you with a rolled up newspaper.
I deserve it.
Devastating weapon.
Okay. So what I did is I got Lavi's attention intentionally, so she'd focus for a moment, and then played the Asterions on your knees, darling.
And then I
Dobby.
got her.
Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you, Dobby Dio.
It depends. I don't know what kind of mission you're doing, Spark, because that doesn't sound like...
This one's an exterminate.
Oh, no, I'm meaning, Spark is, in my chat. So a stray shot to your shield.
How you flabbergast a streamer.
What are you doing?
Yeah, flabbergast. That's the word for it.
So yeah, like, your shields can be damaged, the weekly. I'm not sure. I haven't read through all the weeklies yet.
Oh, Lavii, welcome to getting tier 3 railjack equipment.
Yep.
Nice.
No.
Yeah, you found the Twitch. Hi, Shoti. Hi, Shoti.
Give all the shields up.
We're playing something in
literally
Warframe that you probably won't know yet.
The railjack one is just, you gotta do 8 railjack missions.
Holy shit. Thank you for the follow, Sable Drake and Unseen Socks. Hi! Welcome in.
Ooh.
I am very overwhelmed. Sorry.
Woo!
Let me fix this part.
You know,
We're on fire.
if we add the word "is" into Shoti's name, we get a Shotivist.
You got a super important question. What is it?
Yeah, it's just an exterminate for this mission.
How am I enjoying Warframe? I love Warframe. It is... Oh my gosh. So, I haven't been playing very much recently because I got to the end of Roth's Romance, and I've just kind of felt, like, lost since then. Like, as to what to do, you know?
Welcome to post-game.
But I mean, taking a decent break from MMOs like every so often is healthy from my experience. So, I'm just taking a little break. That's all.
I have purposes.
But I'm very much liking it.
All right, that cruise ship ahead
Yep.
has lost its invulnerability field, so
Yeah.
let's
I'm
go
going in.
go deal with it.
Okay. Launch me.
What's up, Kato?
Launch the Estrella!
Are you in?
And then blow up the ship she's in?
No!
Not
If
again!
you decide to do that, that's all you.
No!
Let me go into this turret.
I deserve it, but no!
It does need to go away.
No!
Because it is
I'm inside of it.
It is an objective.
Where's the ship?
No! No!
Where is it?
No!
Where's the ship?
Right there.
No! I beat you to it! Haha!
I'm trying my best. Ah, damn it! I'm on cooldown.
Oh,
There we go.
don't take me out, please.
Gonna take you out like trash. I'm the trash man.
Trash man!
But what if I like being treated like trash?
All right.
Yeah, I do.
Somebody needs to go in that.
Hi, Sable Drake.
I can do it.
And then-
You go in there.
Yeah,
Then we can blow up the
that's
ship.
fair.
Whee! I'm going out. Which one is it?
You don't
This way.
understand Unseen Socks. So I have we have had team members get blown up in the ship that they are currently in
Multiple times.
twice now, accidentally. Both times for a complete accident. Like actually. And I want one to not be.
Ah.
That's why it was
Crazy
a race. That was why it was a race between me
I've
destroying
accidentally
the
blew up my teammates. I would now like to do it intentionally.
I would like to do it intentionally. Yes, exactly.
Like, normally you're supposed to go the other way around.
Yeah.
Am I the only one on the ship right now?
No.
Well,
Send it.
You're on
Blow
board.
it up.
I fell out of the ship. How did that happen? What?
Hey guys, we're
Full
supposed to evacuate the ship.
send!
Alright, I'm watching the YouTube video and I'm still confused where this voice is. Why is this mission needlessly confusing?
I understand. Yeah.
Alright, that's fixed.
I was done top everything is coated in darkness. So I can barely see.
That
what
was
I'm
around
watching.
the time when I started having issues with MSQ. So
Yeah.
you're not alone.
Alright.
Explosions.
Like they're pointing me in the direction of the voice. I don't know where they want me to go.
Hack the
Alright, who's
terminal.
where?
Where is it?
I know Lavi's
I'm
in the
going
gun.
out of. I'm going out of the freaking ship. Apparently.
Hold on.
I'm still inside the building.
I
We're at
fell out.
5, guys. 5 fucking people blocked in an hour.
Why? Holy heck.
Damn.
Can we get for 6 hour and a half?
We go for 6. We're going for 6.
Maybe even 7.
No.
Possibly.
Hey.
Don't do
I
it.
didn't
Hey!
say it. I just said 7.
No
I
number
didn't say another
meme.
number.
You we know what you
No
were
number
implying.
meme.
You could have been 2 in an hour or half an hour. You don't know that.
He said the meme. Get it.
Unseen
Get
Fox.
him.
Half of the meme.
Get him.
I'm
no.
I'm on 3 separate chats right now. So I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and IRIAM at the same time.
No.
So if you hear something that is not like going on in your chat, it's because it's elsewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some of us do multi-chat and.
I multi-stream to 3
That's
chats
the
at once.
The real reason is we're
Not
all
well.
schizophrenic.
I
Well,
love
he's got
falling
the
out of the
ability
ship.
here.
I hate this.
No, not a problem.
If I said 8, wouldn't have been a problem, but because I said 7,
You should have said 9.
Oh, but because that one would have been fine.
I mean, 69 is the funny sex number.
What happened to PG-13?
I'd
The
honestly
word
be shocked
sex
if
is
any
fine
13-year-old
in
doesn't know that one.
PG-13. What the hell?
Somebody want to kill this cruise ship beforehand?
Hi, welcome in.
He's got an
me
invisible
out.
We're
wall
playing
that's being
Warframe
hacked.
on
Come out.
Twitch and YouTube if you want to join. I can't. He's got like shields up. I can't do anything
He
against him.
does. Somebody's
Yeah.
got to get on board.
I'm going.
Oh, okay.
This voice.
Why is this
Again.
not
I just need to
letting
get
me out?
onto the ship.
Oh. It was just not showing me to be able to leave. Cool.
Whee! Oh, I couldn't board him.
What? Oh, he
Oh my
Ow.
god, Kyperian, I'm using that. I'm using that.
Come back to the ship. Hello.
Taking out
I'm
security
stealing that.
nodules.
That's my meme now.
Yoink.
Your meme is mine.
I'm back on the ship.
What was briefly yours is now mine.
Communism. Come here, comrade. Army.
I instantly think of Feylaw.
Okay, I'm inside.
Welcome back.
I'm just thinking of the Bugs Bunny picture and like the full get up.
Yeah. At least get you royalties. Okay, I feel like I can do that. I'll give you 50 cents per month
one?
and
There's another
some
one.
pocket lint.
What?
Is that good?
That is highway robbery. You gotta do 50 cents on the dollar.
Can you get a button? Throw on a button. That would be nice.
A button?
Goodbye.
Oh, I don't
Well,
know.
what is
That's
button gonna
asking for a
do?
lot. Shiny
Possibly.
trinkets are
Possibly.
worth a
We'll meet
lot.
in the middle.
Shiny
How about
trinkets are a
lollipop?
lot.
How about plushie?
Alright, got one more. Got one more of these damn things.
Momo, I know why your colors look familiar. You're part of the Lollipop Guild.
The what guild?
The Lollipop Guild.
What are they just like
50
sucking
cents a
lollipops and
month
that's their
is
favorite
6
activity or something?
bananas.
What
You're
is that?
absolutely right.
It has nothing to do with that. If you
That's
get in
6
trouble for that,
meals.
What are they like cousins of the My Little Pony community or something? Like how does that work?
Something like that.
Why is this guy humming in my ear? That's actually really obnoxious.
any more cruise ships to smash?
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, if only I knew wrestling. There's such a Roman Reigns clip there.
Meow. How'd I go? Oh god.
Oh my god, I've gotten the item that I was supposed to be here for. It's a
Okay,
miracle.
I'm in the barrel.
Swing around.
I'm moving out of the way.
Fire torpedoes!
Yeah,
I don't think he's happy I took his pellet, guys. I think he's gonna try to kill me.
They're looking at me. They're looking at the ship, so...
Pew pew!
Looks
Guys,
like they're
I might
looking
need to
at
run
me.
for my life. I think I'm getting chased
Oh, there they
after.
go.
I don't know why you guys are saying that Railjack sucks. This is fun.
No, none of us said it. Nobody said it sucked.
A lot of people
Not
just don't
optimal,
like
though.
it because they like to do it solo. It's a lot
love
more
it.
fun with friends.
Yeah, no, it feels like
Oh, I
Star
died.
Wars.
Rip.
I mean, in
Not
fairness, I was playing Star Wars Squadrons for a bit there.
Oh,
It
lucky.
was fun. It was on sale for $4.
Oh, lucky. I forgot.
I thought it.
You,
I did
you
tell you,
told
right?
me. You did tell me,
Oh.
yes. Yeah, I forgot.
And come back to the ship.
Oh, that sale's
It's
ended
okay.
by now.
Oh yeah, that was for the May the 4th. Yeah, that ain't around anymore.
May the 4th
Now
be
you gotta
with
wait for May the 4th again. Is there another cruise ship? Seriously?
Yeah, there's like a little guy over there. Yeah, right there.
Oh wait,
That was
no,
the
that's
one-
the one Australia I think is on.
Oh!
I had to smash all of its defense security nodes before I was allowed
Wait,
to
is
I am
Australia out of the
16.
ship?
No!
No.
Blow it.
Don't you do it! Nope! My turn. I
Oh,
got to
damn,
bring
what
it.
was that evil laugh?
She wants to destroy a ship while I'm inside of it.
Sounds like vampires. No! Don't do it to me!
Look,
Actually,
At this
you
point-
William
at this
Defoe.
point- at this point, no. At this point, it's Australia's turn to do it to someone else.
Yeah, that's fair.
See, Mom said it's my turn on the controller.
Mom
How
said
come
it's my turn
blow
to
someone
commit
up
war
in a
crimes.
spaceship. Got some
In fairness,
SpongeBob physics where you just come back from being exploded.
I feel the most
I mean-
responsible one here is Star.
Yeah, no.
Hi, Rocker, welcome in.
All right.
I think it goes
How
Star,
about we getting out
me,
of
the ship?
possibly Lavii, and then Australia.
I got the relic. I don't have to hear the voices anymore. I'm free.
Yay!
Yeah, you're not free
Until they
yet.
redo
now.
it again.
Dobby is free?
Dobby is free! You can
Wow, you gotta
stop
rap,
that.
tap 'em.
Rap, tap, tap.
No, he's got to
That's
type. No, he's got to tap the microphone.
That's not nearly as fun.
Nah, it's actually kind of. I think that's infinitely funnier. It's just not having to say it, but just directly tap the mic. You just hear boom, 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 boom.
Unironically, that's actually an audio redeem in my chat, is the rap, tap, tap. I got a few different ones. I think I have the Skitter Girl laugh, too.
You know,
Whoa. Whoops.
I don't even know who that guy is, honestly. I'm just used to it.
Beyblade.
you know, I can never put the rap tap tap bit in my redeems. Australia will abuse the ever-loving hell out of it.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
just make it 1,000,000,000 points.
That's no fun.
I don't remember how
You just
much
said you
mine
don't want to
is.
deal with it. The solution, you're like, but that's no fun.
No.
When I was...
You know, this game is a lot easier when you have a mouse. Because I've been so handicapped by the fact that I haven't had a mouse for the past couple days. I have not been able to aim and shoot. It's either shoot or aim. There was no both.
That's why I use a controller, because I can do both easily.
When I was in Indy, I had to make my hydrate redeem super expensive because people kept spamming it.
You mean like what I use? What I do?
Cooldown,
Hydrate
right?
and
I'm asking
de-shrimp.
you to make me healthy. I don't want to drink water. It scares me.
No, it's because some of us will abuse the button and make you keep drinking until you have to go to the bathroom, or
Yep.
do it while you're in the middle of a fight so that you die.
You're
I am
hydrophobic and you have a water
I have a
redeem.
buddy who has it to where it takes like almost an hour before they let you redeem again.
What?
See, where's that for
Oh, yeah.
monster
Where's
though?
all the enemies? I always do it like, I have the caveat of it's whatever drink I'm currently drinking. Because to be fair...
Unseen Socks, I'm MR7. I'm not...
Tap,
not
tap,
even
tap.
MR8 yet.
Where's all
Why is
the
there a card
enemies?
here that I'm supposed to like? Am I supposed to?
I'm
Am I doing a
baby.
tarot card reading?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're going... I know exactly where you're at. You're with the
I
priestess.
literally was not paying attention to what she said. I just got to the screen where it's just a card and it has like 4 different words. I'm like, I don't even know what this is.
Oh! So...
Where are you guys?
A
Where'd
little
you
bit
go?
is you're supposed to go with like whatever the
there we
person's
go.
saying, and then you choose the emotion.
Oh.
Yeah, no, so, that little bit is technically a, like, autism-related thing
Huh?
with Rel. Rel's got a lot of, autism-coded stuff with his story.
Yeah, he's very autism coded.
The
Okay.
autism.
Lavii, one of Lunar Reaper in my chat is asking when did you start?
When did I start playing? I started playing in
Like
the
December?
beginning of December, and I got to end game about I want to say
Last month sometime?
yeah, it was like early April, I think, if I remember right. I have no idea. Oh, we're extracting. Let's go.
Oh.
Oh my god! I
cool.
almost went 3 for 3 on accident. That's crazy.
I like smashing cameras.
I mean,
Smashing cameras is fun.
I have about 160 hours in the game right now, so I'm still baby Tendo, I think.
Looks at my
160 hours
couple
in the game?
thousand.
What is that?
You say that, I'm over here. I'm mastery rank 1, and I've had like maybe 4 hours in the game.
Sable
that.
says I'm at least a toddler now.
I'm an
Have a
infant
couple
then at that point. I think I'm like 30 hours in.
A couple
Yeah.
I know
thousand.
exactly what product's perfect for you. You're a big kid now.
Oh my
You're
god.
a big kid now.
Also, am I Rel in this scene?
I
What
can't
happened?
believe
Did
you.
I turn into Rel?
I can't believe
No.
you've done this.
Where's the ship?
So when you're
Use your
doing
omnifold.
the cards, it's not. It's you're kind
Where's
of
where's the ship?
reading Rel.
Other side of the ship.
Yeah.
That way, straight ahead.
if we're starting in December, your progression seems pretty good.
Mhm.
We gotta go pick up the small bean.
I don't
Audio,
think
you were putting in so much work today with chat. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I'm so glad you're here.
How many? How many so far?
Oh, I lost count actually.
You said 6.
All
Oh, no,
aboard?
you said 6. Not. Oh, did you say 5?
I said 6 earlier. I think it's been more than that now.
Goodness, great. Yeah, no, I was banning.
I thought you said
back
5, and then I said
forth.
6, maybe even 7. And then I was
Yeah, he
in-
said we're at 7 potentially. I would
Hmm.
maybe more. Yeah. Am I doing Steel Path yet? No, I am not.
Can we get to 10 by 8:30?
We
Oh
should
my god,
totally.
please.
We should totally get
I'll
you to
scream.
Steel Path eventually.
This is
Let
getting
you
invaded.
try an Earth mission.
Oh, I need kinetic siphon traps? Oh, great. I have to go buy that, I think.
Yeah. The big Cephalon guy in one of the relays probably has it.
Is it possible to have acquired one by accident?
Yes.
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 Well, let me check that, because I don't have to go buy it if I don't have to.
Where the heck? Okay,
Where's the
there's
wheel at?
everybody.
I don't know what this thing's at.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
I do have a question.
We're hopping outside to board the thingy.
Oh,
The board what thingy?
The thingy in front of us.
let me out. Let me out.
Hey.
There we go. the derelict.
Hi, Phoenix. I'm very glad you're here. We've been having a lot of issues today. I'm gonna need you to take at least one chat if you can.
Alright, got the toy.
Yippee!
Whatever it is.
I'm gonna need a drink after this. Holy shit.
You need a
have
Kraken?
One.
I have my coffee
I
by
have,
me.
I have things. I have a margarita, I think, actually.
Whoa!
Like a
Ooh, I
Jose
haven't had a
Cuervo.
margarita in a long time.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I have
Mike.
wine in the fridge. It's tempting.
Last
I
Mardi
think I
Gras.
have whiskey in my garage. I think that's all the alcohol I have.
And I got hard cider.
I got
I have,
Kraken rum. I got some Kraken rum in the fridge.
I've got Kraken rum on my desk in a butt.
Ooh.
The problem is I can't drink it and then go to the gym. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
maybe at like 3 in the morning. I'll do that.
I assume we're going back to the ship?
Yes.
Okay.
Cephalon Samaris in any relay.
Yep.
There we go.
I don't even know where that is.
So Earth has is it the Orcus relay for Earth?
I think so.
Off the top of my head.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Or is
I
it
really
Strata?
appreciate you.
Could be Strata, actually. There's
Everyone,
a relay on Earth.
say thank you to Audio and Phoenix
it's
for
Strata.
keeping the chat safe today.
Y'all are
We
chads.
love you. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Yeah.
Y'all are
We love our
heckin'
mods
chads.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Yes, we respect our mods in this house.
Mm-hmm.
Damn straight.
Alright,
Alright.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go fight things whenever you guys are.
It's really funny because you guys are monster energy green right now for me because I actually turned on my my accessibility thing to be able to see
Let's go ahead and do
allies and
another one that
enemies.
Lavii hasn't done yet.
So you guys
Oh,
are
is
all
it
just
hot up
green.
there in Canada? Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
It's
getting
been toasty
hot in
today.
here. Take off all
It's
your
hot in
clothes.
Canada. Hold on, it's not even hot here, and I'm in the south.
The fuck are you smoking?
Speak
like
for
you-
yourself. It's hot over here.
It's
88
hot in
degrees where
Topeka.
I'm at. It's 88 degrees
It's
where
hot
I'm at.
in
What the hell?
Topeka. I know
Yeah,
that.
maybe your weather
I love
is
that
off.
meme.
It's definitely hot down here.
It's
one of
gotten to the
my- one of my vocal
90s
stims.
where I'm at.
It's hot in Topeka. Hey, hey, what does this button do?
Blows up ship.
You know, that is in line with what I was referencing.
Does anybody want to add anything else to the waifu wall? And yes, I consider Rotha a waifu.
He
Is mine a waifu?
Yes.
He's more a husbando, but you know.
Yeah.
The only one that's
I
missing
mean, he's
is
gay enough to be a waifu.
Starjumper's Owie.
He's gay enough to be a waifu is crazy.
Hey, look, in my opinion,
I said what I
every
said.
good husbando can be a waifu.
If they're chest
Unseen
gay
Thoughts,
enough.
thank you for the follow.
So, the guns are clipping through the floor.
Oh, it's 92 where you are? Oh my gosh. Keep that over there.
Yeah,
It's,
no,
it's
it got up
83
into the
over
90s
here.
here.
It's been storming here in like
Hey, Sarah,
mid
welcome in.
60s.
Yeah, it's been
Hello,
getting
Sarah.
up
Very
into
nice.
like the
Yesterday, I'm pretty
90s
sure.
in it's been getting up into the 90s and storming like crazy where I'm at.
Alright,
Par
I
for
would
course
say
for
it's
this time
like-
of year.
It's just been blazing hot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cruise ship.
I swear,
Criterion
my-
said it
I-
takes
I
a
think
man to be
I
best
have to burn
girl.
My hands.
Get out.
Yesterday. My hands are still sore.
So base.
Hi, Coda. How are you? I told you to put your hands in ice. Did you do
Why did
it?
you think to do that? I wanted to sleep when I got home.
Couldn't I just put my hands on
That sounds like a skill
your,
issue.
Can I just put my hands on your shoulders? You're a
Also,
vampire.
I
You
didn't
should
think
hold up.
building furniture would cause my hands to be rubbed raw for an
Yeah.
entire day.
Yeah.
It was a singular cabinet.
Was it like plywood?
Disabled. If somebody wants to go get it.
No, I think it was purely because of the amount of metal. I was
I'm
doing
coming.
the screws and having the screwdriver in my hand. I think I just rubbed my fingers wrong.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Then I did
Crack.
cut my hand
Uh-oh.
multiple times.
Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Did you guys see that too?
What
Yeah.
happened?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going out. Peace out. Oh god.
I might need to switch
Where
frames
is it?
after this. This frame is not built for this.
Where am I going?
Game built
Hold up.
different.
Cruise ship's right ahead.
Oh, you have a thunderstorm coming today? It's been storming all day for me. It's been really nice.
I kind of want some rain so it can cool
Here I
off.
go.
I'm tired of it being the 80s.
Oh, hi, Isra.
A fan can only do so much.
Hello.
She's in the ship. Blow it up, blow it up.
We're both in the ship. Don't kill both
Hit
of
the
us.
detonate button. Hit
Blow
the
it up.
button. Hit
Do
the
it.
button.
I mean, that is kind of our goal.
Do it now.
We're dropping
Hit the
mines
button.
in front of it.
Okay. I need to go out to the main
There we
area
go.
on Earth, and then I need to hit fast travel, see if we can find the relay.
Let me out.
Are you wanting to capture this thing for the fun of it?
I'm just kinda trying to do the... Where's the thing?
What does a relay even look like?
Loading now. We're gonna want to run.
Yep. We're going.
Let me look at Google so I can figure this out.
So it's literally gonna say relay on the node. So you're gonna go to like Earth or Venus or somewhere, and you'll see it on the star map.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Kyperian said it takes a man to be best girl.
Oh, I saw that. I was laughing about it.
So base.
So base.
That's based as fuck, my dude.
That is so base.
Yeah.
Waifu,
Oh, there's
just
another
get
cruise
one of your,
ship.
just bag one of your homies instead.
It's not gay. It's
The only way
just
it could
one
be
of the
any
homies.
baser is if you were the opposite of an acid.
Alright,
That was a
chemistry
really good
nerd.
joke.
No, it is not.
That was a
No,
really
don't
good
do it,
joke.
Oh.
I like
Twitch end, I'll
stupid
see you guys
jokes like
later.
that. Leave me alone.
Have fun in the void.
I didn't like it, but that doesn't
Another
make
cruise
it
ship.
good, okay? We all like
I
bad
just love
jokes.
the silence after it.
We all like bad jokes. We don't then delude ourselves into saying they're good ones.
I sure hope so, Phoenix, and you know what I mean.
Going over to the cruise ship. Meow.
I'm a necro
There
dancer.
we go.
Necrodancer. True, you
Where is
you
the
are
relay?
playing.
I just want this item.
literally go to Earth, and it's going
The
to be
relay
one of
on
the
Earth
nodes.
is literally at the top left corner.
Yeah. Hi, Chill Zone. Hi, hon. Welcome in.
All right. Bye.
Let me go to the calm one. I got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay.
None of them. None of them are funny.
How'd it go? Whee!
I love that I can use my Omni tool to return to the ship.
It does
Yeah,
say
no,
you can control
same.
the button.
Void hole. A
Look,
black
there's a
hole that
cruise ship over there.
draws. Ooh.
So I do have a question. Is there a level requirement to join parties in this?
No.
No,
Shouldn't be.
no.
At least I don't think so. I wouldn't be in parties.
Like, literally, our current team has 16, 18, 13, and 7.
Yeah. Hi, it's me. I'm the 7.
Where's the 6?
Ah!
I'm the
I was just
16.
wondering because unfortunately I'm over here on my measly 1.
We could probably,
That might have been.
Calm
I heard,
down.
I heard the 6-7.
It's a number.
Ah!
I heard it. We're gonna shoot the next person that says it.
Technically, you were the next
Execute.
person who said it.
Yes, you said it.
Oh no! It's the whole copy pasta.
It wasn't followed by a 7.
Trespassers. Only I, Thor,
Hey, what comes
know
after
the
6?
true power of
I'm going to eject all of you from this fucking ship.
But through its
Hey, I'm not on the ship. You can't eject me.
void called to me.
My ship.
It brought me here, and here I
All right, where are you then? I'm gonna come there. I'm on my way.
These creatures.
Oh,
Hey,
coming
I'm
for you.
going doing multiple times. You wanna come find me? You can try it.
Hey, Lavii?
What?
It's the whole speech. It's the whole speech.
No. Ah, I beat you to the punch.
My brother, did I not tell of this day?
It doesn't tend to encourage some,
This moment
One of my viewers, Spark did a sound alert. Spark did a sound alert for the entirety of the Captain Vor speech.
Pick your poison, none of them have the shield.
to the void. Let it be known, if the Tenno want true salvation, they will lay
Talking to the
down
back of my
their
head.
arms
It's insane.
and wait for the baptism of my Yanis.
Why'd you get the shotgun to the back of your head?
It
I
is
don't know. I just
time.
said a number.
I will teach these trespassers the redemptive power
What number?
of my Yanis.
Where are we going?
7.
Okay.
That's all I said. I said 6. That was it. I said 6.
The Tenno are lost, and they will
Ick-a-boom.
resist. But I, Vor,
I wasn't on that one.
cleanse this place of their impurity.
Damn, I shouldn't have said anything.
Doesn't matter, Ico Boom.
Train go boom.
Go boom.
My existence is forever.
All that matters for the Lavii is that it went boom.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
Someone get the ship she's on.
They cut
Now.
me down, but still
Kaboom!
must be.
Now!
I am energy.
Get her ship.
and
Someone
I
get it.
cannot be destroyed.
Oh, there it
Nope,
goes.
it's broken.
I think.
Well, go on.
I'm
Go on.
I'm not killing on that. I see y'all over here scheming. Hi, Estrella.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no, it's the entire copy pasta of the Captain Vor speech. It's so funny. It was the
Nope, I'm dead.
entire ad break.
Where are you?
Inside the ship.
Uh-oh.
Hee 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 hee.
Oh, so we can't get to you. Alright.
I'm alive.
Are you though?
Yes.
Oh, I just noticed the
sure?
the sentient ship.
Did you check?
Oh, you bitch! I'm dying!
And him? Like, Jesus, so threatening.
She put a railgun shot through the ship. I swear that thing whizzed past my head.
Hey, man. I don't know what to tell you, except you're in the danger zone. I'm not. I think that's a skill issue.
My haircut, Lavii.
You could have used it. It was getting a bit grown in too much.
No, my hair is fine. It's magnificent.
Well, magnificently short now and buzz. So congratulations, you played yourself.
Alright, we've had the shootout. Now we gotta go to the other objective.
Okay.
Yippee! Investigate the anomaly.
All right, Helium Warriors.
It's a ship killer, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Weapons platform.
Who's
Hi,
gonna get
Cephalon.
kaboomed next?
I am building people's shields up.
Going inside.
Okay, that's everybody.
Did I fail the training by
Off I
accidentally
go.
killing an enemy?
There's also one more place to hit after we get done with this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hi,
Okay.
Shaman. Welcome in. We're playing Warframe over on Twitch and YouTube if you would like to join.
Going in. Wah! In we go.
Where's the radiator on this thing?
Oh, I gotta expose it. That's what I'm doing.
I know.
Expose
I'm
him.
just looking for where it's
Expose
I'm looking for where it's
him.
gonna pop out.
Wah. Wah.
Wah.
Wah.
Wow.
Wah.
Let's mow people down real quick.
I'm surrounded by children.
Now we're just
The
devolving into
amount
vocal stims.
The amount of power
We're all-
I had to
I'm
put
thinking-
into not going into the
There's one
vocal
gone.
Probably.
Might
I'm
as
not
well
sure
just
how
do
long
it. I
we're
don't know why
going
you're holding
for.
back.
Yeah, don't hold back. You're good.
Just start stimming all over the place.
We'll probably be in here for a couple more hours, depending.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Shoti, the amount of cringe and tism in this voice call has reached critical mass. You can vocal stim. It's fine.
Just get harder.
No, you can literally ask anyone.
I got
Literally throughout the day, I will walk around and just randomly get a blah depending on what is happening. And when y'all said it, my entire mind went straight to yes.
Wah.
I mean, I personally go wah in front of my my husband.
Oh my god, someone irritated me so bad. I vocal stemmed blah, and they looked me dead in the eyes and said boy.
What an
And I was like,
Orloss.
no. I was like,
That is such an Orloss right there.
Are you the rabbit? Are you the rabbits from Raven Rabbits?
Why like me rabbits? I can't believe you
Oh,
Orloss.
Phoenix, that's from TF2, right? I'm pretty sure.
Hmm?
The quote you
Oh.
just made, Phoenix? Yeah.
Wah. Wah.
What are we shooting at? Okay.
I was just like, the
Off we go.
audacity to take my vocal stem and then change it.
Teleporting.
The stupid connection is garbage.
Lavii, do you want to see what the inside of a sentient ship looks like?
Yes.
Am I in the way?
Good.
Are you gonna blow it up?
Don't do it.
I'm
Oh,
just
that's
curious
weird.
enough to
Star
be-
is
Whoa,
not
that's
highlighted.
She has a
cool.
double-barrel shotgun. She is a threat to everyone around her.
That's so cool.
Time to blow it up.
Time to blow it up.
Yippee.
Oh no, we can't.
I'm just
I'm not
looking
saying
at
that
the,
thought out loud.
Excavation
brain.
mission.
Yippee. We get to go and do sillies.
I was using the wrong. Okay.
Yum. Enter ship.
No, we have to actually go inside, Lavii.
Yep.
Oh, we have to actually go inside. Oh.
We get to be
Oh.
on one of these with the Warframe.
Yeah.
I want my doggy.
Kill sentience.
I stayed
Only
up
20.
so late last night playing Warframe.
Whoa, this is
And it was-
cool.
Yeah, isn't it?
Remember the new war? I told you you'd be able to come back to
I know.
these.
Hold on. There we go.
Go, my birds.
I was gonna stay up, but I literally just got too exhausted.
I was up
Fair.
till 5 a.m.
I think I was up to like 1 o'clock, and I was exhausted.
I kept going until I reached that wonderful point of my brain shut off while I was playing, and I realized I was
gotten Warframe
staring at a screen.
That
For
that's
5
just
minutes.
Warframe in general. That's why I play the funny wizard man.
This is why I play with friends.
That too.
It was after I realized I was standing still just staring at my screen for like 15 minutes straight that I realized, yeah, I should probably go to bed.
I looked behind me and saw that it was daytime. Last night.
I did that too! I did that too! Oh god. I cut it off.
When I could barely get out of my
Oh,
chair.
Look, it's sunset. The sunlight's coming through my window. That's a great sign.
See, my window's right in front of me, so I can just look at my window and just see the lights like, oh no.
I mean,
In my
Oh.
defense, it had devolved from me going into every battle very stealth-like with kunai and bow
There we go.
to me sitting here blaring Metal Gear Rising Revengeance soundtrack and hitting everything with my bow.
Base.
It just swapped from stealth mission to bogo whack.
Okay,
And
but what if I don't want to do
go
stealth
whack
ever? Does that
fast.
mean I'm chronically tired?
Tenno, change of plans. Kill everyone.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's actually
Play
that's
the ultimate
another one
theory
of my
is you, and start running in
audios.
there.
Is change of
I'm done.
plans, kill every, leave nothing alive.
Change the plan. Use the big bonk.
I've used
Tenno,
that
I'm a-
quote in TTS for Star Streams.
Did you say 21?
Yeah.
Tenno, I'm afraid we're gonna have to kill this man.
Yep.
Did you say
But-
21?
Wait,
Damn.
what?
Did I just hear 21?
No, you're 25.
No,
Oh
23.
dear God.
Hey guys, do you know what's funnier than 24?
What?
25.
You know, try into 66.
Ah!
Don't you do it.
Oh, you made me
murder.
fall into a fucking pit! You made me rage!
It's
Hello,
67.
I got rage baited!
That's a you problem,
Tenno,
not me. I
shoot
didn't say the
that
number.
guy.
You thought of it. That just made it so. Don't blame me for you thinking of the number. That's not my
Hey.
problem.
Hey, Lavi's chat, do you think she's cooked?
Yes.
I'm cooked
What am I supposed
for
to do if I
reasons that
count
they don't
65,
know.
66, 67? What am I supposed to do, huh?
The rage!
I don't know. Coke, seethe, mauled. I don't care.
You doing it, not me. I'm fine. You're the one freaking out, pig. We didn't get to a pig.
Oh, fuck! Can we
It's not
return
my
to
problem.
the...
Number gets you that tilted.
Can we
you
return
wanna
real
go
quick so I can
dojo?
swap frames? Yeah, I want to swap frames
Just
as
get
well.
good at math, bro.
I'm gonna change
I need
frames
to use
too.
the rest real quick.
Oh, that,
Oh.
What was
Oh,
that?
whoops.
Someone's
I don't
dead?
know what that was, but it sounded like a fire alarm for a second, and I was like, oh.
Oh.
That's not
Oh
me.
God.
Sounds like you
Okay,
just
okay. I can explain. I can explain. It's a router.
Oh, okay.
Why is your router right
Don't-
by your microphone?
It's not. It's across the room from me.
Holy
in my
heck.
How
bag.
loud is your mic then?
It's Skull Candy headphones. It has a really well mic, actually.
How come I can't hear a fan in the background, but I hear a fucking beep across the room?
True.
I'm shocked you can't hear my computer.
No, it's not like a PS5 just going.
It sounds like the jet engine's going off. That was my PS4.
I mean, that's all PS4s. Don't worry,
Yeah.
guys. My
Last
PS4
night-
is handling it fine. Explodes.
Yeah, no.
Last night my computer froze while I was playing, and I was like, "Oh shit, here we go!" And I put my hand on the bottom of my computer and immediately had to yank that shit back.
I mean, was it on a
No.
carpet?
No, it was on my blanket.
So about the same thing.
So
No
about the
wonder. I'm surprised your house didn't burn down, brother. You gotta not put that on.
Yeah, don't put it
We
on
got
yourself.
like half an hour left if we want to do another railjack.
Yeah, I'm just swapping my frame is all.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
good.
swapping.
You put a
quick.
computer on like wood or something that won't trap heat. A blanket will trap all of that heat.
I have mine on
Yeah,
a,
it's now on top of a
thingy.
wood computer tray.
If you want a heated blanket, though, it is a good strat.
I'm pretty sure one time my partner
I
had
must
it on.
ask, how does one join?
We'll have to split up the group. But have you
I mean, I can
unlocked
back out if you guys
Railjack
want.
yet? Is
I
the
mean, what are they, 6
question.
plus?
I have not done Railjack, no.
You have to
when
unlock
you-
it.
Yeah, you've done lots.
I
Ah,
have Railjack.
understandable.
I don't know if you have to do anything with
Hi
it,
Mia,
though.
thanks for the follow. We're playing Warframe over on Twitch and YouTube.
That's of course if we continue doing Railjack.
Martha, do you need to do something with the Railjack, or do you just need to have it?
You pretty much should
need
have
to
gone.
have it,
Yeah, you have to
ultimately.
go through it.
Must see, because I have the Railjack. I just haven't done anything with it.
Actually, let me check my Railjack stuff.
Alright. Now, goodbye, Cephalon. I hopefully never have to do business with you again, but I probably will.
Hi, Star.
Okay, I'm ready.
I am also ready.
I got my Caliban back out.
I'm
kept-
ready!
I kept dying as Necros.
Are you ready, kids?
Are you ready, kids?
1 second. Why did you say that so
you.
Why are you saying it threateningly? They're kids.
Because I am an existential threat.
The children? What did they do?
No, not to children, to everybody.
You're saying
Everyone.
it to kids.
Everyone.
Kids saying that. Why are you saying it like a threat towards children?
I mean.
They're just answering your question.
I mean.
Oh boy.
They better be ready.
I'm not used to having the chaos turned against me.
You're the one who's like, are you ready, kids? Like, brother, they're children. Why are you threatening them?
Alright, back to the
Let's go.
mailbox.
Aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Like, what is next?
Love
Did he
this
just like
place.
crash out? Just goes, oh. Or is that like him like shutting off? Like,
I'm gonna.
bro.
I'm dying here. Oh
like,
God.
you gotta protect the children. You can't do that to them, man.
10 out
You're
of
being
10.
a scary pirate, and I don't think they appreciate that.
I mean, looks at
I
Sevagoth.
know. Children love scary pirates. How many of them like Foxy?
Oh,
That
God.
is
It's not
fair.
scary.
That's fair. He's not
Have you ever
scary.
played
He's just a
FNAF 2?
furry.
Have you ever played FNAF 2?
Yes, I played
Oh.
FNAF 2.
It
Oh no.
it froze again.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
There we go.
That one's not fair. He is withered away. You would look scary too if you withered away.
Maybe I want to wither away.
Oh.
Maybe I want to
What
look
the
scary.
fuck is happening? Whoa.
What?
Would it be withered past your prime going after the security guard?
No, the
Hey,
game is glitching like
animatronics
hell.
have had a
Oh.
whole problem, okay?
I'm seeing everybody either headless or with
But then think about it. You didn't have to come back like
Excel.
6 years later, back in your prime again, out of nowhere.
Okay, we're back to normal. I think it's because we
Oh,
were
I
in
showed
a
you a
loading
thing
zone.
called the void hole.
Yep, I got another void hole.
You got another hole?
Another hole.
There's a special place down there for all of us.
Yeah. It'd be like that.
Yep.
Hey, wait, what? What happened? I'm ghostbustings right now.
Ah, yes, they left the lowest ranked person to protect the excavator. I love this.
Hey, let me in there, coach. I'll do the job real good.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
It's one.
I'd rather that than do
Mushy.
this. This sucks.
Too mushy.
These traps
Put
don't
me
work.
in, coach. I'm ready to play.
And
Today.
3 mushy.
I,
There we
for some
go.
reason, thought that was the Suns. And I
Whoa,
was gonna
this
say, how
is-
do you know what that team is? That is a
Whoa,
local team. You
whoa,
should
that
not
is
know
Walmart connection.
Uh-oh.
Man, I thought of the
David.
Jake Paul meme, and I went back to 2019. I think that's when it happened. I can't remember.
That's not my internet. That is definitely the servers.
Oh no.
You said that's not my internet. I was about to say, is your internet like 2009? I thought
No,
you were
I have
Oh,
like
boy.
really, really, really good internet.
Yeah, we have pretty decent
Fiber optic.
internet too. Oh god. Watching the everything
Are you
move.
seeing this?
Yeah,
Yes,
no. Biblically
He's
accurate.
doing
Oh.
maintenance at the time as well, I believe.
Oh,
Oh no.
So, are you telling me
come
that
on, servers! You gotta hold on for 30 more minutes.
You gotta lock in, Chief.
Let me in. Let me in the thing. I am not going out there. I'm just gonna be ship mom and make sure
Bro,
that we
I'm
don't
gonna
get
need help
boarded.
capturing these demons.
Okay,
I don't know what
if
these
that's
things
the
are.
case, then somebody come take over the pilot seat.
I would love to do
And
that,
I'll
but
go
sadly,
play with
I'm not
the-
in the vicinity of the ship.
I mean, I can.
All right, go.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. There's too many flashing
Oh
colors.
my god!
Okay, where are we going?
Oh, I have to weaken it? Oh, okay, you got it, boss.
The servers are going critical. It can't handle the particle.
I can't. Oh
Yo,
god.
what am I supposed to, how am I supposed to
Jesus.
get this thing? I don't know.
This is like a PowerPoint.
Yeah, no, it's so bad.
I've never seen it this bad.
Hi guys, welcome to my presentation of my new project, Warframe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I've never seen it so bad. Oh no!
Woo!
Listen, guys, we're pushing this brand new update that's going to increase the frame rate of our games. It may temporarily crash the system, but it's okay. It's a temporary necessity.
All right, that's a dead cruise ship.
Hi, Moni. How are you? Welcome in.
Oh
We'll come back stronger. Don't worry, guys.
Oh my god.
I'm glad I'm not the only one experiencing the
The mods are
stutters.
the mods are cards. Sorry, they're just.
And this is why Final Fantasy XIV goes down for a full 24 hours when there's a fucking update.
That just seems like bad server management. They just gotta lock in.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh jeez!
I wish I could see this right now.
I mean, I'm streaming and Lavi's streaming, so.
Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
I'm clipping
aiming
this
at
later.
things, and then they leave. The second I start shooting, they like zoom off screen.
Yeah, no, same. I'm like over here trying.
Really terrified of you, okay? They just really don't want to be around
They're
you with that double barrel
teleporting like a
shotgun.
freaking
Yeah,
Enderman.
I guess so.
All right,
Just gotta put some shades on, and you got the full aesthetic.
that's another cruise ship down.
Oh
Yep.
god. I'm trying to hit cruise ships. Oh, is that an ally? Is that friendly? No, that is not friendly.
We need a ship war game mode in Warframe.
I
That'd be
mean,
amazing.
that'd be awesome.
I
Like,
should be able
where
to
you
ram
fight
my
each
ship
other.
in the Lavi's ship and get away with it.
That would actually be kind of sick.
Chat,
And
battle
have the,
Chat,
while
man the
having the-
cannons.
while having the funny number written on it.
Okay, but do I get to
You
act
can
like
name
a
your ship.
pirate?
Yeah,
You know what? Sure. You go,
Can I-
me, matey, before I
Put
blow
on
you to
Sevagoth.
smithereens."
Yeah. Can we do this like Sea of Thieves? Is that a thing?
Aye, me, matey. You see the 6-7
You know-
seas.
You
Then
know,
these
I'd
are-
be terrified.
Estrella and I have
Oh my
played Sea of Thieves
god.
before.
Oh my god. This is
I
so
can't-
bad.
Like,
Oh,
Michael Jackson
no.
bad or like, really bad.
This is like unplayable bad.
I'm
Oh,
trying.
there's Sketty back there. Hold on.
Just get better internet, bro.
But it is my. It's not my internet.
I know, it's just funny.
No, I'm
Oh my
hearing
God,
a
I
lot of
can't
skill
even-
issues.
There we go.
Yeah, maybe just
I
don't
get
be
the
at
feeling it's something
AT&T.
between you and me because I believe it's supposed to be locally hosted.
No. No,
give Verizon.
no. I'm having the same issue.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This is why you
Uh-oh.
need to get Verizon.
Oh, it's the servers.
Yeah, it's
Verizon's
definitely the
awful where I'm
servers.
at. That
Oh,
was
we
my
did not
old
do that.
internet.
You gotta call up the studio.
DE!
You're so funny.
DE. Send help.
Is it presentation day, guys? What are we doing? Why are we having a PowerPoint?
Wait,
I
why
want a
is this
video game.
I didn't study.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's not shocking.
Hey, what the fuck that mean?
I don't know. What do you think it means?
I'm
Yeah, just go
driving
through
us
good
into
does it.
storms.
This is my server.
Hey, you say I'm allowed to do this. It's my job, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me
it
work.
I don't
She
even
said
know
it
what's
herself.
hitting me
I do
half
it
the
for free.
time.
Yeah, well, she told me it's my job.
Oh.
Wait, you're employed, but you're not getting paid. I feel like that's a. Like
Yeah,
a lawsuit.
I need to like sue her to get my compensation. So you know,
I mean, is the
I'm-
work
I'm-
environment good?
I'm like 50-50.
Thank you
How's
for
work
the
environment
follow,
going for
Moni.
you?
I'm 50-50 on saying how much I should be compensated for my work.
You know, IRIAM must be a fever dream right now.
Yeah. Well,
That makes it even
thankfully,
better.
the only people on IRIAM that are watching me actively right now are mods. So, unless
Right.
they're
Right.
AFK, which is very possible.
Very possible.
I need to make my demands known. I want my compensation.
I can at least blow up the mines that are appearing around us
Yeah,
spontaneously.
so they're stationary.
Assuming you're on the last
I
one,
don't
yeah, you
even
are,
know where
Star.
I'm supposed to go.
Hi,
Are me
Ron.
and Ro
Hello.
gonna
Let me
have
go
to
over
like throw
here.
hands or something? Like,
You should fly us towards that cruise ship.
Which one?
what are you
The
gonna
one
do?
ahead
Kiss
of
it?
No.
The one we want to go to? Yeah, this
No,
one.
cruise ship.
Cruise ship.
So this cruises in Warframe? Where you go?
Space Jamaica.
If you can mark it, please do.
Why would I not just go to
I'm just
Earth
gonna
Jamaica?
spin.
I feel like that'd be better.
Oh, it's right there.
I can meet Bob Marley.
Oh, it's right here?
Yeah, you see this thing straight ahead?
Oh, okay.
Bro, I don't know how to
Space
tell
Jamaica's
this
so
to
much
you.
better. It's in space.
I'm zooming.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left, you will see this. Why are they coming close to us? Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, bro. I'm tired of dealing with you. Can you just be a good boy for me? Jesus.
Oh my.
God, just be so problematic. No, what do you mean, oh my? No. Pause.
Oh, well, okay
then.
Was somebody in there?
Yes.
Yeah, I was.
Oh my god. That's something you can
That's
do.
3. That's 3 ships
That's
blown
3
up
friends.
Oh, that was
3
intentional, by
friends.
the way.
inside.
I was.
Oh
I
my
looked
god.
at our stream and was like, "Oh, they're inside of that." And why do you think I got so pushy about you going and fucking
Ooh,
finding
I
it?
sniped that shit. Let's go.
You did.
Let's get it. I'm sniping ships out the sky.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
Phoenix.
Wow. I didn't say anything mean.
So the anomaly is.
Yeah.
I said nothing mean.
Is
I
the
just got
sentient
got
warship let 'em-
insulted for no reason.
Warship?
What did I do? I said nothing mean.
Is it over here? Wait.
I am definitely on your side, hon. You did nothing wrong.
Thank you.
Audio, I have no tolerance for it
believed
at this
me.
point. Just shoot
God.
to kill.
Is it this?
Wait, what did I do?
What? Wait, shoot me? No.
Wait, what?
No,
Huh?
not you.
Alright.
You say not me. You know you
This,
definitely
this
do.
is already done.
Oh, this is
Yeah, I
already
did
done?
that
Oh.
while you guys were fighting the cruise ships.
Oh, guys, I'm in a horror game. Warframe becomes a horror game now.
I'm
The
good
lights
now.
are flashing.
If
The
you,
next thing to do is.
here. You take the reins, brother.
Where's my tablet? Where are the cameras?
Oh, got another void hole.
Thank you, Lotus. Can you please stop talking 24/7? I think I can figure out that it's too strong. Clearly, this boy needs his
Oh
mother.
my gosh.
Ah.
It's this again.
Space War.
Yeah, let me get in on the Space Wars.
That's not what I said.
Wee. Space 4.
What did you say then?
Don't worry about it.
You
You'll
should say
learn.
the
Now,
natural
what did
You're
you
older.
say?
Uh-huh.
No, what did you, did it start with, wait, did it start with a V?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. But when I mentioned stuff earlier at PG-13, you say that, no one bats an eye?
Why would we?
Well,
It's
I
all biased.
mean,
It's
looks
my
at
stream.
also looks
Oh,
at
so
the
you're allowed to just be
Completely
18
fine.
plus.
Also,
I
she's
ain't
prettier
doing
than you.
anything beyond 13.
Dang!
I think what you said had way deeper implications than what I said.
I think my comment got
I
ignored, which
said
is even funnier.
one
You
word.
said a very
Don't
clear
you
statement.
give that to me.
No, you know what you said, and you know what that
I
actually
said
means.
one word.
Yeah, a very dangerous word.
Yeah, okay.
Now
You
all
know
the
what
children
it
are going
is.
to look it up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a
Children
kid's
should
gonna
be
look it
watching
up.
my
What-
stream first
Exactly. Children
what's
shouldn't
that
be
space
here.
up? I'm gonna look it up. Oh my god.
By the way, if you need sentient cores, not
Here
bad.
you go. Yep. Sentient cores. Yoink.
Spider. Oh no.
Jesus, you
There's
guys
spider eggs
are
here. Do I need
just-
to like run?
Spider.
I'm gonna need a cigarette after this. You guys are
Hey,
extra today.
What are you becoming a like divorced dad?
Jesus Christ.
Well,
I
first
feel
it's-
like it.
First it's the alcohol, then it's the cigarette. Like what's next? You're gonna call your ex-wife?
no, what's next on the list is I'm going out for milk.
Calm down. We don't want Lavii to go get the cigarettes or the milk.
Tell me, but she would have to have kids for that.
Hi, Trickster.
Aren't we her kids technically?
We're
Are we?
trapped in
I
her.
feel like it. I feel like I am babysitting and y'all are on a leash. Like Jesus
oh,
Christ.
is it one of those
You're
is
the
it one of
one
those
being born and not just going full send like the rest of us.
Is it one of those? Is it one of those harness ones? I'm okay with one of the harness ones.
Oh my god.
I'm only okay with it if I get yanked randomly.
I mean,
I want to try to run into traffic and get yanked by the back of the leash.
Try to think, what else do you? What else would
Exactly
it
what
be?
I wanna
guess
do.
I need to smoke some weed after this.
Chat, they're not usually like this. I promise.
Don't lie to chat.
Why do you say that like like we're a bad thing?
Because we are.
Why do you think I did? Can you answer that for yourself?
I don't know. Why is it?
I know you can. I try harder. You
No,
got
why
this.
is it a bad thing? No, why is it a bad thing?
You got this. Try
I
harder.
think this is a great
why
time.
is
for yourself.
Lovey
Yeah,
always
you got this.
lost?
Come on.
No,
Be a
no,
good
what's the
boy and
problem?
Just answer the
Hello?
question.
No, what's the problem? I don't see it. I missed the problem.
Yeah.
I think you're making
Okay.
that problem.
Yeah. Maybe.
We're having a good time, no?
Mom, I'm on the rail jack.
Mom, they're
What did you
fighting
just say?
again.
There are 3 of my mods on standby, G. Do you want to play this
What do you
game?
have, death row? I just turn around, they're just all there in a line, just like.
The rifle line.
Guys, we can talk about this.
Yeah, can we? Right? Can we?
I feel like this
Is that
very
what
frustrating.
we're gonna do? Yeah.
So what? Is it like 4
Okay.
guns? Do you have like your double barrel and like 3 mods behind me?
Yeah.
Am I like
Yeah,
surrounded?
yeah, no, that would probably
Yeah, you.
sound
You
good.
should be concerned.
I love how it's you
You
being
should be
threatened
very
with
concerned
violence
right
and
now.
not me.
You know,
Oh my
it's because
goodness.
I'm young enough. I can be put into a corner.
I'm gonna have to like go into a
Why don't you-
sensory
why don't you ever-
deprivation
How do I get in
contain.
the
put up
fucking
with me for
ship?
the
Oh my
rest of
god. Okay, there we go.
Welcome back.
Feel that like being put in the corner is a bad thing.
Enix, can I
Well,
play with the
you may like
shotgun?
the corner. I don't like the corner.
Nobody's playing with the mod shotgun. That's not happening.
What if you unload it? Can I play with it then?
Let's see.
No.
Damn. I was just gonna tear down the barrel.
I thought it had Nerf bullets in it. What did you load it with? What did you load it with?
Phoenix
Sorry, I
has
was
loaded it
busy.
with the banning shells into the shotgun of punishments.
Yes.
Oh boy.
The shotgun of punishment.
Sandbags. One of my mods
Lavii,
said
do you wanna wrap-
sandbags.
Do you want to wrap up here?
We got 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes?
Yeah,
That is
we
not
can
going to
do one
be
more.
a railjack time.
Yeah, we could probably
It's not
do
gonna
like
be
a
a real
regular
jack time. Okay,
mission.
cool.
I have
Yeah.
to get more traps.
Railjack
I
takes
mean,
like more like
I'm
15.
sure we can find you some cute boys in dresses.
I mean, boys are cute in dresses sometimes. Most of the
Oh,
time, actually.
absolutely.
Sometimes.
Especially if they have a soft face.
Uh-huh.
What? What does that mean?
Oh, we're just going back to the dry dock Lavii so we get what we were at.
Oh, we're just going to back to the. Okay, sorry.
Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Did you tune out the entire conversation? You said you need more traps. I agreed. We can find you some pretty boys in dresses.
I was just traveling to go grab the thing for my next mission, and I said, yeah, especially if they have a soft spot.
Soft space.
I just see Phoenix in your chat go, what the hell did I just
Why are you?
hear?
Why was Lavii like sighing at me like I did?
I literally have a twitch right now. And not the website. My eye is twitching. Like
All right.
I was just asking. I didn't pay
I
attention.
have a headache.
So we're gonna.
I also have a headache.
I'm sorry.
Yo, you're good.
We're gonna need to. They really need to make it more efficient to switch back from railjack.
Yeah, they do.
Yes. I mean, you
I've
can
been
do
feeding off of his
navigation.
energy. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I didn't try anything. What? No, wait a minute. Why am I the bad guy? I wasn't trying anything. I just
why
stated the thing I was.
Maybe you should reflect on that question.
Ha! That's what it's called.
Maybe you should reflect on that question.
No, the other one's sure. You can have it apart. I just read the item name, alright? I didn't go for that. He did. Don't throw me into it. I just read the item name.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean, uh-huh?
Oh,
I can't be
goodness.
Nam no more.
I'm gonna
I'm
make
officially
fucking lose it. Hi,
You're
Eugen.
not doing anything.
Hi, Eugen. Welcome, Raiders.
Oh,
Oh,
here.
unfortunate for the
Sorry, this is a
Raiders.
very unhinged Jeek. Sorry, this is a very unhinged stream. I'm trying to rein people in.
Get on the person who made the joke.
Come on now.
Are hinged? I'm just reading the stupid synthesis.
Chill.
Like crap.
18 plus
am.
for a
I'm
reason.
the one
Exactly.
getting targeted.
Hey Raiders, I'm Lavii and Starjumper. I'm from Lavii and IRIAM, Twitch and YouTube. We play Warframe and
Final Fantasy.
Fantasy 14 here.
Because I need a bit of chaos here.
Alright, my kinetic siphon.
Chaos,
Dealing with
chaos,
the
chaos.
Of multiple of us.
Yeah.
My bad, I didn't read the full name. I just forgot what it was called.
And sometimes other
Holy
stuff.
shit.
Yep.
God damn.
Nah.
Thank you for
I
the
got put
follow,
on
Amelia.
blast.
I appreciate you.
I got put on blast because I didn't read the full name, and then someone jumped in and made a joke, and then I got targeted for it.
Oh shit.
No, I'm just stop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 relics from that one mission.
I'm gonna toss on Kome. Why not?
How long were you in there for? Like 30 minutes?
Huh?
How long were you in there for? 30 minutes?
Actually.
So remember when the jokes were
Temple.
being made about the number that shall not be named? That's when I entered the mission, and we were playing excavation, and there was a full squad of 4 of us, and I think we did every excavator from A to F probably 5 times.
We should put your
My
favorite
God.
Lavii, we should
Let
put
it
your
do it.
favorite frame in the dress.
You're
Well,
saying
I
it's
didn't-
I mean, I
Is
think
that
someone
right?
has done it.
A rare mod.
Probably did.
I have
Yeah.
fan art somewhere on my phone about
Who's getting
with
put in the
Roth
Roth.
in a dress.
Gosh, that hasn't happened yet.
I'll
Hey,
have to find it.
Does anybody want to follow me into Vervod District? It's double right now.
I don't
I'll do
mind.
it.
Sure.
I got no problem
We'll do
with
that last, and then we're
No.
done.
If
Yep.
he's gonna join you, then I'll step back.
Oh shit! I have a mastery rank up. Let's go.
Oh, too much chaos.
Never mind. Never mind. She's doing doing master rank up.
Yes. I've been grinding for this for literally a week.
So you're gonna
Not
hit
quite.
mastery rank
We're gonna
8.
do one more mission and then
I'm gonna hit mastery rank 8. Yeah. As long as I don't suck at this.
we're gonna do one more
I'm
mission.
fighting
and then,
Ro.
I don't
No,
remember
they've
what
made
that
them much
was.
easier since before.
Because I remember there was one where you had to be completely stealth and you couldn't use abilities.
Yeah, they started just giving
Yeah.
you missions after a certain point, because mine were still like, I think the last one I did was like using my weapon or something.
Whoops.
Yeah, they do different
Oh,
things.
shit. Oh, I'm not good at jumping,
Ash
guys.
Blossom?
This is a jump
Yeah.
puzzle.
Oh, jumping is like so such
Oh,
a habit for me
boy.
now. I said
Yeah.
LBA.
No!
I think I cheesed that
like,
one with
easy
No.
with Titania.
The movement
pretty
is
sure.
my favorite part of Warframe. You can like fly around the map.
Well, I have limited amount of tries. This is bad. I'm on my last try.
Embrace your inner
Although you
Mario.
can't- well, no, you can just restart. I'm pretty sure.
No, you can't.
You
Not
have
with
to,
not with mastery rank.
Yeah.
Well, when
No, I
I
have
did
to try
the
again
puzzle one,
tomorrow.
I failed it and I was able to do it again.
You might be able to, because I think they might have changed that, but it could be a.
I mean, when I
That
did the
could be
puzzle one, I failed it the first time because I got confused and I was able to just go back into it.
Under my skin.
There we
Let's
go.
see.
hiding behind the
How many more of these do I have to do? I have to go
skin.
capture
we
Rel's
lost.
manifestations. How many does he have?
Uh,
IQ Prime's got its first forma.
This is like.
No, I can't just restart. That's fine.
You can do it.
Oh, I don't know if I can, but thanks for the
I believe in
You
you.
just gotta believe.
You can do it. It is doable.
You just gotta believe.
I might need to use something other than Roth because he's a little slidey.
Oh, a fun thing happened last stream. My phone died twice.
Is he sliding because of all the baby oil?
I
Stop.
swapped phones mid-stream 2 times.
You have 3
No
phones.
harm.
You have 2. You have 2
No,
phones.
I have
on
2
standby?
phones. I have one I was streaming with, and I was streaming for like 3 hours, and then it died. And as soon as it died, I grabbed my other phone, updated IRIAM, jumped back on there, swapped my Google account over to that one, then hurried up and started streaming again. And it resumed the stream. And then when
Bro,
that phone died, I swapped to the other one.
Bro, I had quick.
My main
What is the
phone.
perk in Call of Duty where you like reload quick? I can't remember. Fast hands or something like
Fast
that.
hands or something? Yeah.
I had to go
Wait
really
a minute.
fast.
Hold on.
But
I'm Uriel.
You can
I
just
can
fly.
literally just run and then go through it.
Yeah, you can just fly.
I can fly. Oh my god.
hey, you're
That's
Peter
why-
Pan now.
That's why I mentioned you can I cheesed that one with Titania.
You are a lost girl from Neverland.
Oh
Speed
god.
Cola.
My
Where's
viewers, I'm
Captain-
sorry
where's
you had to
Captain
get
Hook?
hit with an ad. There's nothing I can do about it.
COD Zombies, my beloved.
No, not the ads. Anything but the ads.
That
You know,
possibly is
the
coming.
greatest way to realize you need to touch grass is playing COD Zombies solo and reaching rank 30. Not rank 30,
Oh, I
round
can't.
30.
I mean, round 30 is not that long. Let's be real. Round 100, I
can't.
think, is that point.
It won't let me.
Okay, if you're playing solo.
Yeah.
I don't know. Depends on the map.
Depends on
Some
the
maps you can
map.
cheese.
Depends on the
I
map,
played
but
Nuketown and got to round 30.
Yeah, but Nuketown's a small map.
Yes, that's the problem.
Yeah.
It makes it faster, though.
I've done
Also,
it.
what Call of Duty?
Black Ops 2.
It is
So you're just
time
playing
for me.
Pete, though.
It is time for me to get
Uh-huh.
some sleep. I have work in the morning, so take care, y'all.
Yeah, have a good
Bye.
night,
Good.
Straya.
Have
Have
a
a good
nice
night,
day.
hon.
I think I'm doing something wrong.
I do not know. I haven't done that mission or that specific master rank in a
So-
long time.
Yeah.
I was
Also
still on
don't know when I
keyboard
would-
Well, I'm
now.
doing-
Oh!
You do something wrong. Remember,
So they disappear,
there's
so you
always
have to
someone
jump
who does it
across
worse
or
than you.
fly across.
I'm doing his, like, bullet jump in midair, so maybe I need to not do that. Maybe I need to do the other one. Oh,
Possibly.
that one hurts my pinky, though.
Yeah.
I got that arthritis.
Oof.
Take care, everyone.
Controller.
Love you all.
Bye!
Hey, have a
Take
good
care.
night. That's why I use controller, so
They probably get up.
Yeah,
Gotta
it's
get.
I
up and
can't
go
activate
walk
my
the
first
damn morning.
ability. It won't let me.
Yeah, my friend
No.
gave me a great piece of advice. Whenever you feel bad because you're horrible at something or you think you're horrible at something, always remember, there's someone who's worse at it than you.
Probably.
I see it's
I
some.
feel really bad for them
That
because I
doesn't-
suck, apparently.
That sounds like a threat. Probably.
Wonder, do I have enough stuff for this?
Oh, I'm a while away then. I'm only on 5.
Oh no, I have to get more. No.
I need to go relic cracking at some point. Just
I
to
probably
get
should
void
as
traces.
well.
I have a shit ton of relics now that I also need to crack.
I have a handful of relics that I haven't cracked.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
We're just a bunch of people who need to crack.
Something
Bound
like that.
crouch to
Lobby, get 'em.
C. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. To do C and to be able to jump.
I'm,
Sable
probably need to do this off
mentioned.
stream. I'm gonna get mad.
Let me
Sable
see
Drake
it.
mentioned
You-
they bound crouch to C to make bullet jumping less awful.
You can crouch with V. It
It also depends on how Lavi's keyboard's done. Because
Also,
I haven't
Yeah.
been able to
also-
figure out how to keybind things. I've tried twice. I can't figure it out.
it's just in your settings, hun. It's like any other MMO.
I don't know.
See, I just adjust to whatever the game gives me because I am a little dense and a little stupid, as I like to say. So when it comes down to controls, it's like I'll just get
Well,
better.
Honestly, if you just normally do the dash jump, can't you just jump straight up to like stop momentum?
No.
But you can do that.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
So you can do the bullet jump, and then hit your jump button again, and it'll make you kind of do a somersault in the air, and it'll stop you.
Oh yay! I got the credit. Now what the?
No, that doesn't
What do I
work.
want to buy?
I don't know.
I
I'm
think if you
ending
do the
stream. I'm
bullet
mad.
jump, I think if you bullet jump, pull your stick back. I think you can kind of stop yourself.
Oh, she uses a keyboard and mouse.
Yeah. I think she's
Yeah.
I think she's gonna be better. She'll be better served taking care of that off stream.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I get to
How
that
do you
one
get
soon.
blasted?
Because unfortunately, the rollover just happened, so she's got to wait till after the rollover tomorrow to take another crack at it.
Yeah.
Why they limit attempts on it?
It's kind of, I can see why they do it. So I think it's mostly because of very specific, like back in the beginning, they didn't want people going through everything so fast.
Yeah.
I guess, but
But-
also it takes you a long time to unlock it. I feel like at that point to then also restrict attempts, it's
But
just like needlessly lengthening it.
If I may,
Mhm.
there is a way to practice them
Yeah.
beforehand. And
You
that
get
may
unlimited
be
tries.
where she where that might be where she needs to get pointed to get the practice in.
I wish they
she's
just
gotta go
let
find-
you click on it and practice. Like have a setting.
Yeah, they do.
You actually have to go to a relay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I wish they kind of just when you go click on the mastery quest, I wish they had like a setting that said practice,
Yeah, they do.
and then you get like practice attempts.
Yeah, there's
When
a
you click on the
practice.
mastery quest, or when you go to the relay.
So when you go into the mastery quest, it should have two options. It should have do the mastery test or do practice.
I'd have to. I don't know when I'm gonna get my next one. I'm at 5. Oh, well, I'm a while away then. If
You can
this rank is what I think it
check.
means.
If you look on your profile,
Yeah, that bar underneath your character.
So let me check real quick. So
It looks like it.
hang on. Stats. No, not stats. It is profile, is it? Yeah. So underneath your mastery rank, you'll see like a big bar, and it has like your mastery rank, and then next
A
rank.
while away then.
Yeah. Like I have 52k.
I'm at 24,000 away. I'm at 65,000.
Yeah.
I am 46,743 away from 19.
I'm going to gold novice. So that's 6.
I'm a copper eagle.
I am a gold eagle.
Harper sounds
For now.
really low.
Yeah, I'm rank 16.
Oh no, that's different that different creature, or a different symbol.
Copper eagle's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because I forgot, I didn't realize they had the symbol
Current
differences.
max.
That's why I was so used to just like the ranks.
Oh, I forgot.
I
need
have
to
a
add to the wall.
inquiry for the council here.
The council will
Yes,
hear your
I-
inquiry.
Yes, I must ask. Now that I have 150 of the Nightwave credits, what would be the best thing to get?
Potatoes.
What?
Okay.
I don't see
Okay,
potatoes in
so-
these things.
Is that an Earth? Wait.
So-
back it up,
You have
wait, is that-
confused the baby Tenno with one word, Momo.
Is that like credits on Earth or something? What's the best thing about
So,
potatoes?
so-
I'm sorry, am I a farmer?
so in Nightwave,
Yes.
you can buy Orokin catalysts and reactors. Those double
Yes,
up your
and what do
your mod space. So when you go into your mod area, when you're upgrading your Warframes, you'll notice that
Yes.
you have a mountage to spend
Yes.
for your points. That'll double that.
Yep. That's
Doubles
so,
it?
like, yep. So you need a gold potato for Warframes and a blue potato for weapons.
Okay, hold up. Is this like the butt plug thing?
Yes.
Where potato is a code name, but what's the actual thing called?
Orokin catalysts and reactors.
Yep.
And how do you get from that to potato?
Because they look like a potato.
Because they look like potatoes.
Okay.
The other thing is also Niatan extract.
I feel like we're dumbing this game down.
Yeah, I
into, like,
noticed
a
that
farming
one, and
simulator.
it said it was rare, so I assumed that would also be a good one to get.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Warframe community is dumbing this game down into like a super simplistic version of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it pretty much turns into farming simulator.
Just go buy you some potatoes and butt plugs.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and no one's gonna bat an eye. It's like, you know what?
Nope.
I think I will buy some potatoes and butt plugs. That sounds like a great deal.
I'm not surprised that happened.
I feel so sorry for anyone who jumps in this game and has to hear a conversation go that way.
It's really funny because I'm currently
double
playing.
down at that point. Hell no.
They're gonna think you're an absolute freak, and they're not gonna want to touch the game. They're like, I'm sorry. I thought we were like some intergalactic soldiers, like shooting enemies on planets, not buying butt plugs and potatoes. What?
Especially if we're over here doing the dating slim too.
I'm telling you with certainty, if y'all had said that at any point while talking about Warframe, I would have never touched the game. I would have said, you know what? I tried it back in the
This
day.
isn't for me.
It clearly evolved a bit further than I expected. I think it's gone over the edge. I think it's jumped the shark.
I mean, look.
Oh no.
Every game at this point coming out is going to end up with some euphemism somewhere. I mean, for crying out loud, how long did it take for Helldivers 2 to develop the comment "the Dick Rock"?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to Helldiver. Also, I feel like you were definitely.
Wasn't very long.
I feel like that's definitely a cope. Like, listen, guys, it's not just Warframe. Every game does it. I promise.
I mean, yeah.
Listen, guys, I swear we're not the only ones. Everyone does it.
Degeneracy.
Looks at Destiny.
In the age of degeneracy.
Looks at Destiny.
Listen, guys, it's not just me making obscene names for my items and games. Everyone's doing it. If you think it's weird, you're the weird one.
Yes.
Sure, everyone's doing it. Whatever you say.
With that, yes.
Whatever you gotta tell yourself, man.
Yes. I wholeheartedly believe you're the weird one for thinking it's odd. How dare you assume I'm the odd one? Have you know these butt plugs and potatoes are very fine items.
Hey, I never shamed the butt plugs. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. But the potatoes are the one that get you crossed up.
Yes, definitely.
It's like, I hate art.
I draw the line at potatoes.
Look, you can give me butt plugs, you could give me even dildos, and I'll say that's okay. But potatoes? You can't do that.
Yeah, potatoes, I draw the line at potatoes. We can't be doing that.
I hate starch. You cannot do that. I'm starch phobic.
Hi, Hyperion. Yes, no, it is.
It gave me a bad flare at one time. I had some french fries. I can't stand potatoes.
You can't.
So I have a question about it. If I use the potato on one thing, does it amplify everything else?
I don't think
no.
So
just
all
it's
it
for,
it's that one thing.
Yep.
Yes.
So all it
it's per frame.
does. So the gold potatoes go onto Warframes. Blue potatoes go onto weapons. And all it does is doubles your mod space.
Yes, but it only doubles the mod space for that one thing, correct?
Yep.
Think about all your frames as different builds.
Yep. Like.
Understandable.
So
then I don't want to use them right now. Mag
Yeah.
Unless
maybe,
you're
yes,
like,
but Paris,
unless
no.
you're absolutely certain you're gonna stick to that frame and/or weapon for a considerable amount of time, probably
Yep.
not.
But Mag, I might, because I do like Mag's the way Mag works. However, I don't know, because I don't know how many other frames I might like. I need to see the other mechanics.
She
Whereas
does have
Paris,
a prime.
yeah, Paris,
You've-
I don't really like too much. Mainly for the sheer fact that I know it's basic and I want a better bow, so I wouldn't put it on that regardless.
I'm sorry, did you say Mag doesn't have a prime?
I said she does have a prime.
Okay, yeah. I thought you said,
The offense taken from that statement is insane.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing our queen.
I'm sorry.
Do justice.
I'm sorry. Did you just say she doesn't have a mag?
Yeah, I do know that it's slightly zoomed in. I have
wish
it on
the
purpose.
shotgun sound effect was back.
If I had my nitro, I think I'd be able to do it. I don't remember if it's allowed in the server or not. But
Oh no, that even sounded
I have quite
like a
few
soundboard thing. That sounded real. Like it was kind of muted.
Oh, it was a soundboard.
Well, that's a really good soundboard thing, because that one sounded like muffled and muted, like someone
What?
actually was holding a shotgun.
That?
Yeah, it sounded a little bit muffled when it actually was played.
Probably because we were under fire at the time.
Yeah, and then that fire. You know, the firing squad that almost got sent on me.
I mean, like that's
No.
that's okay. So you
Nah,
know
that whole bit was not even my fault, but yet I was the one with all the guns pointed at me.
So
Oh,
you
right.
saw that Lavii got one of the fee-fine mixers at one point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that the first one or the new one she got?
The
The
first
new one. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I
that
have
was the
that
first
mod.
one.
That first one. I have that first model she got, the one that she ended up not using.
Yeah.
I have it, and it has a built-in 4-sound soundboard, and it will play through it'll play through whatever through the microphone effectively. Like it'll run on the same line.
Is Lavii planning on creating their own clan?
Oh, we're part of one. What the heck?
She's part of Momo's, I believe.
Yeah, we're part of one of her friends. So we're in a clan called hang on. Nico over here.
Touched by the tism.
Yeah, touched by the tism.
Nice.
The Tism touch.
And I
Can
I have my own clan that I started many years ago.
Yeah, some people start clans, some people
I could never.
I haven't started one, but I don't even know if I should.
Like, yes, start a clan versus join a clan and get the rewards immediately.
actually need to
It's a
go
lot of work.
to
Welcome back to NBA 2K.
a featured clan, so I'm gonna pop
Jesus
over
Christ.
to one. I'm gonna pop over to one and then
I need
Let me see.
I need to redownload
Bad as
that
it
game at some point.
sounds. Bad as it
I'm
sounds.
debating on whether or not I want to go back to excavation and just continue getting fucking
yeah, exactly.
relics.
I'm trying to figure out how to
Excavation is
destroy these guys'
painful.
chains.
Oh, wow.
Hardscoper, welcome in. It's
Oh,
going pretty good though. We are kind of wrapping up.
Do I hit Harrow
Oh,
or do I hit the chains?
this clan is
We are,
so
we are
pretty.
just laughing our asses off at each other right now.
Yeah, having a conversation about potatoes and butt plugs, and it's not even remotely freaky.
This clan is so pretty. What the heck?
Oh my goodness. What planet did you go
Great
to?
segue.
I went
Pretty
to
planets. Welcome to Warframe.
I went to one of the featured dojos, Throne of
Oh.
Silence. Because that's one of the missions.
Might as well grab that one up.
It's very pretty. Like,
Uh-oh.
See, it's
what an
50-50 for me.
entrance.
I think
It
Rel's
depends
really
on whether or
mad.
not I get a good squad. Because last squad was really good, but then I played excavation last night, and I was playing with a public
that up,
squad.
and then I've got to finish, and then I got to do that. All right. Damn it! I can't work with the. I can't use anything but. I got to break out Corinth Prime.
Good God.
I can't
Excavation
play with the Daiki right now.
Oh,
It's
Nixon
not
Rhino Prime are
my
here.
least favorite mission type. It's my second worst.
See,
Alright.
I don't like how fast you can get overrun, but I do like that if you have a damn good crew like I just had, you can just power through getting a bunch of shit.
I hate that they tell you there's another one available while you're trying to finish up the current one, and you can't leave for it.
Let me get this Nightwave out of the.
Oh, you
two
can.
Nightwaves out of the way.
If
Not
you know what you're
solo.
doing.
If you're in a
Yeah, not
squad,
solo.
yes.
Well, that's the
Okay.
thing. That's what I was saying. It depends on if you have a good squad, because this squad, at least
Yeah.
one person kind of stuck in the middle and would just go to whichever one was having the most trouble. Whereas last squad I was in, they all started one, and when it got to 1 minute left, they're like, fuck it, we're going to go start another one, and just let me defend it when I'm over here being overrun.
Well, see, the problem
I'm like,
is,
what
a lot
the
of
fuck,
times I don't
guys?
want to sit there for too long, nor do I want to try to fight the rest of them to
Well,
leave.
I didn't know they were gonna have
I'm trying to figure it out.
their Discord right there in the front of the damn in front of me when I dropped in on their dojo.
Wait, what happened?
I visited a featured dojo, and lo and behold, all right, I need to just go killing.
You know what's funny? I love how recently life has just gotten like to the point where there's such normal questions to hear. It's just like you start talking to someone nowadays and you go to leave and it's like you just met this person. And like for me, it's very easy. If I'm having a good conversation or anything, it's like, do you got Discord?
I mean, I literally friended someone on Discord from Panda Express because we were both waiting for our food for like an hour.
Exactly.
Plus.
It just becomes such a natural thing now. It's like, this is a new way to socialize. You have a good conversation. You got Discord?
Man, you got a Discord?
Yeah, I got Discord.
I mean,
Hey,
it
let's
is
talk.
just such a versatile way to like communicate. I mean, there's DMs, you can VC, stream videos in there.
I'm more likely to ask someone for their Discord before asking for their number.
I mean, also, I feel like Discord's a bit less personal.
It really is, because they got your number. It's harder to block somebody's phone number. Well, it used to be. Than it is to block.
Also, okay,
Yeah.
I think it's anything else, you can just make another account or something. Or just like sign out of your account and just make a new account if you really want to get away from someone.
Exactly.
I have 4 accounts. If someone asks me for my Discord and I don't trust them, I usually give them my alt account. So when I only ever pop in, like, to get photos, because I have several accounts that I abandoned that I use specifically because I have bot channels where I was talking to bots, like Jockey Music and all that.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking to them. I was sending photos and files that I needed to keep to the bot because the bot doesn't block you, nor does the bot get deleted.
I was gonna say
you
it's
just have the
CAI
cat.
before CAI.
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, I think I'm
Oh,
probably
God,
gonna
these red
sign
velvet
off for the night, at least temporarily. At least for streaming.
Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up this Nightwave mission, and then I am going to also drop out. So I'll be about for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
I gotta make 150
I
kills
will
with
be
gas
grinding
damage.
until I get over to. Well, I'm only playing all night. I already know again it's gonna happen.
I'm gonna finish this mission, then I'm probably gonna hop back on MOB.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, so, yeah, tomorrow, let me get out the call real quick. I'll probably be on, tonight, though. I need to get through, Nightwave. But yeah.
I gotta grind through a whole bunch of content, and I'm
God,
not gonna enjoy it.
Yeah,
I love the ragdolls that result from the Corinth.
I'll probably be open for, folks to kidnap me if they want to.
I'm debating if I play Warframe or Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, Momo, you can happily kidnap me.
Yeah, sure. I'm probably gonna make dinner.
I say you kidnap me as I am the baby of the group right now.
Are you? I don't know.
Amber
I feel
alert!
like you're
Amber
probably pretty
alert!
close to me.
Amber alert.
You do realize I'm rank 1, right?
I think
Yeah, but
Cheek is too.
How you played though? I'm probably not that far ahead
Like,
of you.
night before last.
How much time have I played? Well, last night I played for 5 hours straight, and then the night before that I played for 3 hours.
Got that Sigma grind set going.
I'm the kind of person. Let me just put it this way. I played Genshin for one banner, and I grinded for 180 hours.
Oh wow.
I get bored way too fast of a game. I can play for like maybe 2
I
or
get
3
hyper
hours.
fixated very fast.
I'm too scatterbrained. I play for like 2 or 3 hours, and I'm like, I want to play something else.
Yeah, see, not me. I get hyper fixated on one game. Let's say this. There's a game. There's another game that I like to play. And I played it for, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 weeks from morning till night. Literally, I would wake up, get on the game, and play it all day until I went to bed.
A game for me to hyperfixate has got to be really engaging.
I went
Like Kingdom
from
Hearts, I could
rank
probably play.
1. I went from level 1 to level 20,000 in 2 weeks.
Good God.
Am I supposed to like click? What card am I supposed to click in this?
Alrighty. I'm gonna pop off. You guys have a good night. I'll be around.
Have a good night,
Stay
Momo.
safe.
Take care.
Alrighty. Tomorrow is off day. More than likely, I need to do some cleaning around the realm. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll probably be just kinda chill. We might do some FF14. We might do Warframe. We'll see. We might also do some Monster Hunter. It'll be a roll the die what we do if we do stream tomorrow. Actually, no, I might do that. So I might stream tomorrow and then be off Thursday because we have a D&D game Thursday, so. And I want to make sure that it doesn't bleed into the stream time. So Thursday might be the, we might stream, we might not stream. There we go. We'll see. But, other than that... yeah. I think that's about it for, tonight. I hope you guys had a good night. Stay safe. I don't want to have to, come protect you guys. And... goodbye! Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let me get my scenes. There we are.